what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, January 24th, 2025, the year of our Trump. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, wherever, and whatever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. We're back. And I think, knock on wood, we're good. I've got a whole new modem and a whole new router, but they're the same thing. It's a modem router. What is it? Is there a name for that? This is like a Brave New World, right? I didn't know what the tech guy was bringing over today, but it turns out you can get your modem and your router. It's like shampoo plus conditioner, but the hyper online version of this. Oh my god, so chat, when we last left, all right, when I last left you, I owed you some bonus content, and we're gonna get through that bonus content today. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna try to front load most of it, right? What do we have? I think we ended up with revisiting the Nicholas Deorio versus Sunday situation. That's about Destiny, so that's more about Destiny, the Destiny situation. But there's a little controversy about ethics when it comes to President Sunday as well, and who is chiding President Sunday on his ethics other than Nicholas Deorio. It's a strange new world that we live in, and especially if I end up agreeing with Nick on this one. I don't know, chat. I don't know. We'll get into that when we get into it. I thought it was just the router. I mean, apparently my modem was so old that when he opened it up, there was a squirrel running around on a wheel, on like a hamster wheel. There was a squirrel on a hamster wheel. That's how old it was. That's you know how antiquated my equipment was. So yeah, well, I'm trying to figure out, like, so since I've got bonus content to give you tonight, I'm trying to decide what to do for you for bonus, if we to give you a chance to earn more bonus content without making me stay up until 5 in the morning. And I think I figured out a way to do that. All right. So I've been promising you this Destiny video that I've been working on while I've been offline. I haven't been doing nothing. I've been doing something. What's that something? Editing a big 2-hour video. And I was thinking of maybe offering a premiere after stream as the as possible bonus content. So you're getting bonus content no matter what, all right? You have no choice, chat. You have no choice. The bonus content that we unlocked last time, and then my stream died, and that's, I don't know. I don't think I've ever been in that situation before where chat has unlocked a ton of bonus, and I have not been forthcoming with that. So how do I do this? I'm gonna try to do it in this like super chat goal. Okay, I give us 3 hours here. Video premiere after live stream is the goal. That's how we'll celebrate if we get it. What do I want to make it? God, this only does super chat, so I hate how this works. Yeah, because I've got, I either have to do like teal or higher, yellow or higher. Uh, this is how we're gonna have to do it. This is how we're gonna have to do it. I will be though. Video premiere after live stream. Uh, Destiny situation explained. All right, so that's a video. It's gonna premiere either tonight or tomorrow. I am perfectly willing to have it premiere tonight. But that's gonna be the bonus content, right? If we unlock that. Wait, get inspired. No, got it. What am I trying to do? Start goal. There we go. All right, so if we either unlock the goal that ends in 3 hours, right, which is 10 super chats that are yellow or higher, or we get to 100% on the bonus meter. That's what I'll do. I'll reset the bonus meter to 0. I'll take everything off of here and just make it about video premiere. Destiny situation explained. All right, so that's a new video that I've got for you. If you're watching, if you're on my Patreon, you've already maybe seen this. I don't know. Hexith just got confirmed. Wonderful. Yeah, there's lots of lovely news coming in. Some of it regarding my own situation in terms of passport. Right? This Trump stuff is literally affecting me, chat. And from what I've seen so far, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to affect me. But yeah, I no doubt, Trump's executive orders are going to affect me on. Oh my gosh, Davy, it doesn't give you credit for the $9.99. God damn it! I feel like you should get credit for that. It's being a miser over like 1 cent. To be the bearer of more bad news. I mean, BCatK, it was kind of expected, but thanks for updating us on that. But yeah, like I said, here, let's get to the next screen if I can. Oh, there he is. There's Ethan Klein. So yeah, this is where we left off last, right? I was trying to show you how ignorant Ethan is and why he should never talk about politics, right? And why I think even Hassan having a show with this guy, the only value to that show would have been if Ethan represents the normie, the know-nothing normie, and Hassan is just like, oh, you don't understand this? Here, let me explain that to you. Oh, you don't understand this? I don't know. I don't know if that even works as a format. I don't think that actually works. It's not usually. I mean, look, there is like a podcast format, where you'll have one member of the podcast reading an article or reading something that they wrote, and the rest of the members of the podcast are there to just kind of crack jokes and stuff like that. There's that. But anyway, Ethan's just super ignorant. He's ignorant. And when he doesn't know something, instead of doing some research, instead of looking it up, instead of just reading anything ever, he makes it up in his head. He's like, no, I got a pretty good idea. I'm pretty sure it was Trump that banned TikTok, not Biden. No, it's literally Joseph Robinette Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden's signature is on that bill. Now, that doesn't mean that Trump isn't an absolute scoundrel when it comes to TikTok. That doesn't mean that Trump isn't pushing things towards a sort of forced sale of TikTok to one of his allies, right? But don't be in denial of just basic facts, right? You got facts, right? Who signed the bill? And yeah, Trump proposed banning TikTok. I had to look this up a little bit. Actually, I don't know. I found a new video that explains this really well, right? It explains it better than I've seen this before. Exactly where the ban TikTok movement came from, and it was actually. Do you remember there were K-pop stands, and there was a Trump rally, and the Trump rally had this whole thing where you could RSVP, If you're a Trump fan, oh my God. If you're a Trump fan, you can RSVP for the Trump rally, and you just have to like send in like, I want to show up there. You know, free tickets, right? But you just have to RSVP. And so instead of the Trump voters RSVPing, what happened was that the TikTok, the K-pop stands on TikTok, they RSVP'd for a bunch of those seats, and that therefore the event was at capacity with people who weren't going to show up. There it is. There it is. And so, and so when that happened, that's when Trump first proposed the idea. I think we should ban TikTok. He talked about doing it through an executive order. He didn't get it done. He did not get it done. Right? That was late into. Wait, was that late into Trump's presidency, or was that early into? Regardless, right? You know, Trump talked about it, but Biden and the Democrats actually did it. And they didn't do it, you know, for Trump's sake or anything like that. They did it, you know, to be anti-China. They did it to be anti-Palestine. And I mean, that's how it got passed. But yeah, it was absolutely the Democrats on board with this. This is the one thing that Republicans and Democrats agree with, right? Is that they both hate Palestinians. Like this is the one little bit. Isn't that crazy, chat? The one bipartisan issue. They can come together for genocide. That's the great you know, agreement between right and left in this country. So anyway, but that's about where we were. We were seeing Ethan be ignorant as fuck. Rudy, yes or no? Yes. Oh my God, Davy, sorry. Yeah, no, Rudy's happening. Rudy's happening regardless, all right? People are talking about the what if alt his thing. Yeah, no, that was definitely one of the winners from last time. So I think, yeah, President Sunday versus Nicholas Deorio was one of the winners. The second winner was what if alt his. So that's definitely happening. And we've got a chance to have a live premiere of my new video right after this stream. Right? So that's what the bonus goal is this time. And there's two ways that we can hit it. Either 10 yellow or higher super chats, or hitting 100 on the dono goal, which is now at 10% thanks to Davy Cliff. So thank you, Davy Cliff, and you know, thank you all the Rudyard fans, I was overwhelmed by how generous chat was last time, and I felt really bad about the fact that I didn't even give you the content that was, you know, scheduled anyway. We didn't get through all the content. I got knocked off by my sussy ISP. It turned out to be my sussy modem. I think it was my modem, because they replaced the modem, and it seems like everything's okay now. Seems like everything's good now. But that's where we're at. And I'm going to try to get, you know, keep us on track so that we do not miss any more content, or it doesn't get too late or anything like that. I think that, knock on wood, I think that my connection is stable, and it should be stable for the foreseeable future. There's a new brand new modem. I think that was what the problem was, is that using a modem that has a squirrel running on a treadmill, that's not the best. That's not the most stable connection that you could have. So now we don't have the squirrel. We don't have the treadmill. It should be okay. And I'm going to go through all of the bonus content. I think so we hit the dono goal twice, I believe. We donoed so hard. Yeah, it broke my internet. The dono, it wasn't ready for that. It was like, that's praise be to the gods of modem. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's been really rough, and it sucks because I thought, well, okay, here's what I can do. All right, maybe my internet's not stable enough to stream, but if I edit a video, then I can put it up and premiere it, and it feels a little bit like a live stream. I don't know. It's not exactly the same. Obviously, you know, I won't respond if I'm doing a premiere. You know, I'm not responding to what you're saying in chat at the premiere. But I mean, I can be in chat, and so that's what I was thinking would happen. I was like, yeah, no, I'll just upload it easy. You know, like I edit the video. Took me a little while to get it done, but I got it done, and then uploaded it, and it wouldn't upload. My internet was so bad that it was just, like I put it over to upload overnight, right? And I wake up in the morning and it's at 18%, and it was just stuck because my internet was just like out in. Even like watching videos on my phone has been horrendous, right? Because what it does is it switches between 5G when the modem is out to, you know, Wi-Fi, and then back to 5G, and it just stops. It stops for like 30 seconds, and then it goes on, and then it stops again. It's been a nightmare. It's been a real nightmare. And I've been scared too, because like I didn't have any, oh God, I don't want to complain too much to you, chat, but I feel like there's a policy. My ISP has a policy of not telling us when there is a regional outage, not confirming what I thought was a regional outage. I was like, well, this is a regional outage, right? This is your network. It's broken. You're going to fix it, and then my internet's going to come back, right? And that's not what happened. That is not at all what happened. Davy Cliff says, also, I seriously suggest listening to Seeking a Friend from the End of the World. Wait, that's Felix Biederman. Wait, how long ago did that get posted? I think I know what you're talking about. Oh, I'm trying to remember. This is like a month-old Chapo Trap House segment. Thank you for the generous super chat once again, Davy. And thank you for getting us to, wait, what are we at right now? We're at 40% on the dono goal. So remember, we're going to do things a little bit different, right? You're used to seeing a whole bunch of different choices up here. You're used to seeing a poll asking you, you know, which choice you want. We're going to be doing bonus content from last time, right? So that is going to be the Sunday versus Nicholas Deorio, and that is going to be also the What If Alt Hist, right? And then if we've hit the dono goal, if we're up to 100%, or we get the, you know, the 10 out of 10 on that, you can see there's like a super chat goal that I've got in chat right now. So if we get 10 out of 10 on that, or we get to 100%, then I'll do a world premiere of my Dune Destiny video right after the stream. So that'll be the kind of the bonus content for tonight. Again, chat, I'm sorry that this has been such a ordeal. It's been an ordeal for me. I've been really scared. I did not know when I was going to be able to get back on. I've been, you know, working. I've been editing, but even uploading the videos has been like near impossible. But yeah, that new video is out already for everyone on Patreon. Speaking of Patreon, let me give the Patreon a shout out, because I really do appreciate Patreon, especially at times like this when things get dodgy. When I don't know when I'm going to be able to get back online, I appreciate that I have people supporting me monthly on Patreon, and you get some perks for that too, for signing up for Patreon. Everyone gets the perk of the videos like the one that I just uploaded, like the one that's out right now. You get those first before anyone else, right? If you're a Patreon of mine, you get the first shot at it. When I put out a video, it goes up on Patreon first. You can watch it there first. Sometimes you watch it in a censored sort of version. Sometimes you get an extra scene in there too. So, you know, and you definitely get it first, right? That's everyone on Patreon. Everybody at the $5 level and higher, I give you a fancy shout out. So let's do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noeb. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to... Oh my gosh. Okay, so when I don't when I don't know, when I see a Patreon sign up that is somebody's, it looks like a real name, I'll just read initials is what I'll do. So shouts out to BM. Again, anyway, I'll do your initials if you sign up for my Patreon and you want to be called something else, or you want me to just, shout out your real name, then let me know. But just like out of abundance of caution, I don't want to accidentally give out somebody's personal information just because they're supporting me on Patreon. That would be horrible. Anyway, a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Safira, and to Omega Star. All right, so let us get going. I think I'm gonna try to expedite everything, chat. Doing laundry in lurk mode, that's a based way to listen to the stream. Oh, that's really sweet of you, BCat K. That's really sweet of you. Thank you for all the support, everybody, through all this. Like, this is really, it has made so much difference. Just to know that I've got a whole community behind me, and that you're there for me, and that you support me so much, even when I'm not giving you as much stream time as I want to. You're still there with the support. So thank you so much, and I will not delay the content any further. Let's get to what we're doing here. We're gonna finish this Ethan Klein thing up, and I'll try to maybe add in a little bit of that video talking about the TikTok situation, because Ethan's just ignorant. He's gonna talk about the ceasefire. He's ignorant. He's gonna talk about he's going to talk about the TikTok ban. He's ignorant, right? And he's just making some assumptions that aren't true. Now, and the reason he's making those assumptions is that he thinks that the truth is somehow, that to say the truth is to give in to Trump, is to give Trump his flowers. You do not have to hand it to a fascist. You never have to hand it to a fascist, all right? You just have to, understand what the fuck's going on. And you need to not be putting forward distortions of the basic facts because you think that the facts are more convenient to a Trump narrative. They're convenient until you understand the context. And so that's what I'm going to try to do, is give you the context. Like, these aren't signs that Trump is a good president. These aren't signs that Trump cares about Palestine. They are not signs that Trump believes in free speech and wants TikTok to be free. None of that is true. However, Biden and the Democrats, had a major hand, if not the biggest hand, in the TikTok ban. Biden failed to get the ceasefire passed, and something did pass when Trump got in. It's looking bad, though. It's like the whole thing about you don't have to hand it to him. Israel's invading the West Bank, all right? And Trump's letting them do that. Trump's sending them more 2,000-pound bombs. So no, it's not Trump good, but in fact, Trump's guy going in there into the negotiation is what got the ceasefire done. And that doesn't speak good of Trump as much as it speaks badly of Biden. And I don't know, more to come on that, chat. More to come. Let's get into this. Let's finish this Ethan thing. So I don't know how many of you stuck around for the entire Ethan segment that I was doing, but it was very frustrating if you did, because I kept on the video. The stream would go down, the stream would come up, the stream would go down, the stream would come up. So I'm just going to start it back from where I had a decent amount of viewing audience, so that we can catch up on what was missed, because even though I got through a lot of this, there were so many interruptions, it almost doesn't matter.
This out. I'm kind of going off script already here, but this is the clip. Let's see.
The man is not even in office yet, and he's having a banner year. Okay, why are we giving Trump credit for this deal?
Good question.
What? Why are we giving Trump credit?
Yeah, why the fuck are we giving Trump credit for a deal that he didn't even take office? It was negotiated by the Trump administration, or the Biden administration, point blank, period.
He's full of shit. He's full of shit, right? We have people, I read you the drop site reporting on this, and from all accounts, it was not Anthony Blinken and the Biden team that got this shit done. They were not just about to get it done, and they finally got it done right before the election. And no, just because Trump had not taken had not taken office yet, does not mean that his team was not the ones to actually put the pressure to get the deal signed. It's probably a bad deal. There's stuff in the deal that we don't know about. You just gotta not say the cope because you think that the truth is glazing up Trump. The truth is never glazing up anyone. The truth is just the truth, right? And if you know the context of the truth, then you know that does not speak well of Trump. This just speaks horribly, honestly, of Biden and Blinken and the whole team. So
what the fuck is happening? He's like,
but here's what Ethan's going to try to do. He's going to try to present you an out of context clip of Hassan to make it look like Hassan is glazing up Trump because he just hates the Democrats that much.
He's so desperate not to give him any credit at all
For this deal,
Well, let's see. He's going to love Trump in the next couple months.
who do you think facilitated the deal? You think it was?
Also, Sasha G, thank you for the super sticker.
Yes. It
I can't believe
obviously
we already have liberals in the chat.
And by the way, Hassan does this thing where he uses liberals as a slur.
Wait, Goonergate is having a civil war right now? When you say Goonergate, what do you mean?
Now, I don't know if you guys know that, which is really cute. It was literally by Biden, documented. Trump wasn't even fucking president, dude. What the fuck?
Running
Ethan, if you're going to yell out something about politics, please make sure it's not counterfactual. He's just wrong on this. He's just straight up wrong because he can't comprehend how bad the Democrats actually are on this issue. And that is not to say that Trump is better. That's to say that Trump wants a W more than Biden, like they could have won the election if Biden had gone as hard on the ceasefire as Trump's people did. Trump didn't do it for any good reasons. He did it for a narcissistic reason. He did it to embarrass Biden. He did it to look like he's the peacemaker. And he did it because, some of the deal can go on under the table. And the part of the deal that we see that we like is the ceasefire. The part that we don't see is what did Bibi get? Because reportedly there's a goodie bag. So, if you just know the facts, you can understand what actually happened, which was, yes, Trump's negotiator made this deal happen, but no, Trump's policy on Israel-Palestine is, as it's always been, horrible. This is the one, like I said, this is a bipartisan issue, right? Siding with Israel against the Palestinians is a bipartisan agreement. They both agree on this.
defense for Joseph Robinette Brandon here.
And you're running defense for Trump, and that's fucking better? Holy shit, dude.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay, there's going to be a lot of back and forth today. Trump hasn't done squat. Yeah, okay, sure.
What? Why is he out here defending Trump? Who is this person? Are you guys fucking watching this?
Again, this makes it look like Hassan is like, oh, you don't think Trump is good? Okay, whatever, you're wrong. In reality, he's just acknowledging the facts. He's just acknowledging which negotiation... and look, what would you expect? What would you expect, right? Bibi obviously wants Trump in the White House. You know, you could even look at it through that lens. This is also Bibi embarrassing Biden, but in reality, Biden is not going to put the screws to Israel for any reason at all. Bibi's war policy and Biden's foreign policy are kind of one and the same.
I mean, don't a lot of people say this, though? Even one of the reporters asked Biden, are you to give credit for this, or is it Trump?
And?
Well,
He said, are you kidding? They asked Biden, who's getting credit? He says, are you joking? That's what he responded. He didn't say Trump. He said, are you fucking kidding me? Even with that question? Mm-hmm. That was his response. What did you hear?
Well, I'm just saying, because Biden didn't do shit for so long, I feel like a lot of people think that Trump had a part in it. I don't know anything about it. I'm just saying that
Are you
this
fucking
is a
joking?
common thing.
Look, I mean, we're talking about foreign policy here. We're talking about, geopolitics. if you don't know, you don't need to comment. Ethan, you're a comedy podcast, my dude. And the only reason that you're even talking about this is to try to win an easy point on Hassan. Try to show your audience that Hassan is so America bad, so Democrat bad that he's actually like pro Trump. He's not. Hassan was very clearly in support. Hassan very clearly saw the Kamala campaign as much less of a as a lesser evil to the Trump campaign.
Trump, before he came
and
off,
because he was unwilling to lie and tell you, yeah, Kamala's running a really good campaign. She's got a really good program. She's going to do good things. She's going to break from Biden. There was no sign of that. The only signs that we saw was that maybe she was going to be a little bit more conservative than Biden on several issues, right? Now, is it possible that she's, keeping some cards close to her chest? Sure. But no, that's not what Hassan, you're just misrepresenting the fuck out of this dude because you hate his guts and you've been obsessed with him and you're still obsessed with him. And now your shitty video is going to come out, I guess, next week, chat. So we're expecting the hit piece to come out next week. Maybe it will be out of his system by then. Maybe he will have done enough damage to his community by then. Who knows, chat? We'll find out.
somehow managed to sprinkle some fairy dust on that deal. They were working on this deal the whole fucking time. Biden has been working on this deal nonstop, man.
You are saying stuff that you want to believe rather than stuff that you have any factual basis for concluding. Ethan, you're full of shit. And you got no bit. I'm sorry. Look, I don't like to. There's a book called there's a book about how laziness is not real, right? And it's an interesting read. And I don't like to use the word lazy, but you are literally just not doing any research here, refusing to do any research, refusing to engage with reality, and you're making your side look ridiculous in the process. All right.
I think he doesn't care and that he's not been doing anything. They'll find out what not caring and doesn't do anything looks like.
I don't think that Trump has good intentions, even if he did. If anything,
look, the fact of the matter is, it's kind of hard to be worse than Biden. That being said, if anybody can do it, it's Donald J. Trump.
because I know
There
that
is zero evidence Trump.
But this is all speculation. This is all stuff that hasn't happened, right? What I'm saying is that I don't expect Trump's policy on Palestine to be good at all. I expect it to be worse than Biden's, but in terms of what he's done so far, it's he's done a ceasefire, he's restarted the sending of 2,000-pound bombs, and he is doing nothing, giving no pushback over the incursions into the West Bank.
Had a single fucking thing to do with that ceasefire. Zero.
Yeah. No, I don't know. In my opinion, if he even did have anything to do with it, just be to make him look good in the beginning, and then after the fact, once he's in office, he's like, do whatever the hell you want. Sort of what I feel like he's doing with TikTok.
The TikTok thing is a whole nother thing. Mm-hmm. So TikTok closed down before they had to. They were not even mandated, and Biden said, we're not even forcing them to close down. I'll leave that up to Trump.
Yeah. So no, that's all well and good. All right. But here's what Biden should have done. When the ban TikTok bill reached his desk, he's got two things that he can use, chat. One of them is a large pen that he can sign Joseph Robinette Biden onto a bill with. The other thing is a stamp, and it says veto. All right? And he could have stamped it. You know what Biden did when that bill reached his desk? He signed the motherfucker. Biden signed the bill. Democrats were instrumental in passing that bill. Like I told you before, this is the one bipartisan issue between Republicans and Democrats. They both seem to agree, F Palestine.
So 2 or 3 days before they even had to shut down, they shut down. And then magically, Trump comes in and saves the day 1 day later.
Okay, now I will, the little grain of truth here is that TikTok had enough. I think that they shut down for attention. I think they shut down to give Trump the chance to jump in there and play hero and to sort of ingratiate themselves into the Trump administration, because that's what all of big tech is doing right now, whether it's Zuckerberg, whether it's Elon, whether it's Bezos, everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's kissing Trump's ass, right? So, TikTok's doing that too. And yeah, they probably didn't have to shut down. It was a little bit unclear, but both Biden and Trump have indicated that they're not going to, enforce any of this stuff. I think the shutting down and that message of only like Donald Obi-Wan Trump, you are our only hope. I think that was a little bit, histrionic / ass kissing on TikTok's part.
It's like, no, we'll talk about it. And then the CEO, the president of TikTok, is at Trump's inauguration. Fucking, like, come on, dude. This was obviously a setup. Give me a break. And then Trump's the one that fucking passed the legislation to ban TikTok. Biden had nothing to do with that.
That's the biggest bamboozle of all time, dude.
That was his project.
That's how short-sighted the Zoomers are.
They're thinking Trump, that was his project. It's like if you took a shit on someone's driveway and then they're
Davi says the only... I don't know why it's not reading your chat. Some of my setup seems to... Are we getting the stream alerts? Have you heard like an... Davi Cliff super chatted. I don't think you're getting it. But anyway, Davi Cliff says the only reason Biden was less conservative on economic stuff is because his old dying brain is so old he probably thinks the New Deal consensus is still a thing. I wish I could disagree with you, because that shit was a long time ago. When we're talking about the New Deal consensus, that shit expired in the 70s. But yeah, Biden is actually that old. Biden is actually that old. What you're saying is entirely that's as good an explanation as any for Biden's economic policy.
they're like, they come back the next day and pick it up. They're like, that was so generous of you to pick that up. Thank you. I don't know who left that shit there.
Okay, so he's saying that the TikTok ban was Trump shit. He's under the impression that Trump passed that. I understand, I guess, kind of why. Because in Ethan's addled brain, he can sort of remember Trump saying something about TikTok way back. He must think that was when the ban went into effect, when in actuality, the ban went into effect, what, like a year ago or so? A year ago, they passed the bill. They gave him, 270 days, which is not enough to sign a deal like this, right? They passed this ban that said, you either sell or you shut down, right? But this was the Democrats that were on board with this. The Democrats controlled the Senate, could not have passed the Senate without the Democrats. And the Democrats were obviously in the White House. Biden could have vetoed this thing. He did not. He signed it. He signed his name to it. He supported the bill.
TikTok message that they gave everyone when it came back was crazy.
Thank you to Trump.
My home.
Thank you to the great respectful Trump.
I deleted the app after that. I was like, fuck
Good for
this
you.
shit.
TikTok is our home.
Thank you to the great exalted king, God King, Donald Trump, who saved us from President Joe Biden.
Dude, I got that message on my Swedish account, Swedish phone. Like, I don't even know. I think they probably pushed it all over the world or some shit. Can you believe that?
I mean, it's possible Trump said, hey, you got to push this all over the world. And they'd say,
Right?
fuck yeah, I'll do whatever you want, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was so mad.
Good point, Shin Maruko. Both parties are digital McCarthyites.
I paid for this program to rip all of Lena's TikTok.
And look, if you're worried about national security, in other words, if you're worried about data being procured through the app, pass a bill to stop apps from getting our data. Pass a bill that says, like, if you want to take somebody's data, you got to actually have them sign that they, you got to have them, sign a release, or really, you should be paid. You should be. This data is worth money to the apps. They're selling it. They should be paying you for it. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that because they're on board with big business. They don't want to stop. They just want to make sure that it's an American company stealing our data.
Before it got deleted, and as I was doing it, it got shut down, and I was like, "Son of a bitch!"
Well, either way, you wasted the money, so because it's bad,
Right?
That's fair. Yeah, I downloaded all of them by hand.
Did you really?
It's painful.
Wow.
I probably said this last time, but how does one download by hand? Like, I was just imagining some kind of old-fashioned modem where you have to turn the crank in order to get it to download. It's like the oldest modem ever.
I don't have that many.
I got suckered. I paid $20 for the program, and then
It says AOL on it.
only allowed like 10 at a time. And Lena has 500
Dude,
videos.
it's
So then I
fucking-
paid $25 more. Yeah.
Dude, those scumbags. When I was trying to erase my Twitter, for some reason it's hard to find software to do this. I downloaded software, and you have to buy credit. It's not like, oh, wipe it all. I think I spent like $200
Holy shit.
because they're like, oh, okay, so you can buy like credits, and then that will last you for like 200 tweets. I had like tens of thousands of tweets because I've been on there for a fucking decade plus.
That's how they get you.
They're such.
I wonder why Ethan is so adamant about deleting his tweets, right? I have tweets on my Twitter that I do not agree with. I'm sure. I'm sure that I've said things on Twitter that I do not agree with it. But you know what I do? I take my lumps, all right? I was wrong.
Scumbags, man. But Trump is saying he wants basically to TikTok to sell half to America. I don't know if he's talking about the government. I mean,
But yeah, given what Elon, I keep on doing this. Ethan, given what Ethan has said on his own show, he probably does have some stuff to worry about, right? If his Twitter feed is anything like the stuff that we've seen him say here, then yeah, I guess I understand why he wants to delete everything.
talking about an American company.
They're saying that Arshad is saying that they didn't get it when they were outside the U.S. I guess they just geolocated it.
Yeah, I mean they know your ass
Fair
is
enough.
here.
Yeah, probably.
Which I think is better than China owning the whole thing. I mean, U.S. owning half is better. I don't know if it's in the hands of Donald Trump though. I'm not sure that's better.
Yeah, see, I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of black pilled over it.
Listen, no matter who it is, I would prefer an
Oh my god, almost a good take though. Oh yeah, I guess if Trump controls it or his allies control it, that's probably not good. But then he changes his mind. He's like, no, wait, TikTok, that's the app with all the free Palestine kids. Yeah, no, fuck that app. Fuck that. Ethan is shaking hands with the Republicans and Democrats on this anti-free Palestine consensus, on this anti-free speech consensus. Right? Elon, I do it again. Chat. Why is it that Ethan and Elon, I should be able to keep them separated, but I can't. They're just like blend together in my mind somehow. But anyway, yeah, no, he's so fucking incorrigible. This guy is ridiculous.
American entity own it than China.
Yeah.
Because China is just a black box.
I don't trust a Chinese company having my data, and I also do not trust an American company having my data. It would be great if our country acted on our behalf instead of the behalf of big business. It would be great if our country would set some limits as far as how much, as them not being able to just, use you for everything they fucking can.
Okay, they're fucking with us.
They're fucking with us. Yeah, you don't know that. You're speaking out of your ass. This is going on in your imagination, and you can't point to anything of like, here's how TikTok is fucking us. Here's how China is fucking us. Here's what they're using. What are they, like, seriously, right? If you're talking about national security, I am even trying to imagine how that would work, right? The data that they take is like data to be able to sell to advertisers. Usually that's the biggest value that yours or my data might have, right? I don't see how, what do you think, what kind of secrets, what kind of national security secrets Ethan thinks that China is gleaning from our data.
Cyber war, disinfo and shit. And TikTok is such a powerful tool to fucking subtly warp the brains.
There he is. He thinks that, okay, so the kids, they're not legitimately free Palestine. They got their brains warped by China. Again, this is such an asshole.
Perceptions of people in America all around the world. So
in his mind, there's like America and the free world, and then there's the tankies, right? And if you're not on Team America, then you're with the tankies. So obviously Palestine, they are also tankies.
If there's some oversight to that, it's good.
And that's why China was warping the minds of American kids and making them think no, the thing is that you only think the shit you do about Israel Palestine if you have had it drilled into your brain that Muslims, that Arabs, that Palestinians are these caricatures that you see in movies of the, like, you know, the terrorist making the tongue noise and coming at you with an oversized curved sword and a like, this is just pure fucking pure imagination.
Personally, I think
And not in a Willy Wonka way.
TikTok needs to be gone. Look at
So there he is. He's agreeing. He's agreeing with the. This is the reason they're able to get away with this. Is there's too many fools like Ethan Klein that don't call out what this actually is. This is a power grab by American tech lords. That's what's going on here. This is Zucker. Here, I'll go one further, all right? Zuck makes apps that your grandparents want, that your auntie wants, that your uncle wants. They don't know any better. They're on there, you know, reposting Shrimp Jesus. They're like, oh, look at this wonderful African child. He made a figure of Jesus with shrimp. That's so beautiful. I'm glad he loves Jesus so much. That's really amazing. Will you look at this? And you look at it and you're like, that's AI. That's AI, Mom. That's not real. That's not happening. That's not, nobody, you know, over a certain age wants to be on a Zuck app, wants to be on TikTok, I guess maybe more so on Instagram, but these are less preferred apps. You know, the new generation has made their choice and they've moved away from the Zuck stuff, right? And a lot of what this seems to be, what this is angling for, hurt TikTok to help Zuckerberg. Hurt TikTok to force people back onto Facebook. And I'm like, you want to talk about an app that fucks with my data? You want to talk about like the number one source for people, you know, getting doxxed, getting harassed, getting, you know, their information taken? That's Facebook.
Supposedly, Mr. Beast was on a private jet to go into negotiations about buying TikTok.
Give me a break. Although, fuck, I'll give it to Mr. Beast. Shit.
That's our hero.
I actually, you know what? Fuck it, man. I have no problem Mr. Beast owning that. Compared to Trump.
Lairdbot, I think you got a good. That's a good. I agree. Hassan's worst crime was helping legitimize Ethan's delusion that he's a political commentator. Yeah.
Or China.
I love how he thinks he can just sit here, drink his coffee, which, you know, no hate on that. I'm drinking my coffee too, even late at night. But and then just like casually repeat what he's heard on his feed about the news of the world, which is so decontextualized and straight up wrong.
Mr. Beast, take it over. I mean, yeah. He just wants to make money. He doesn't want to, like, as far as...
So, yeah, I see his chat's talking about the censorship on TikTok. Anybody heard about this? I don't have anything super firm, but I have been getting reports, and anyway, like, just to show you how you should handle the unknown. Oh no, it's the unknown. Oh my god, chat, that's a throwback. Just so you can know how you handle something that you're not sure about, right? I'll just say I'm not sure about it, but I have heard from various sources that there is some. In fact, I might be able to find one of these. Let me see if I can dig this out. That TikTok came back with censorship, with more censorship. There's always been censorship. If you know the word segs, what is segs? Well, segs is what you have to say on TikTok, because if you say, you know, sex, then you get not demonetized. I think you get in like real trouble. There's some real harsh rules as far as what you can and can't talk about on TikTok already. But even more and more, yeah, Free Palestine. That's what I was talking about, Mark Gold. We'll get you deleted we'll get your account deleted? Is that right? I think about the Willy Wonka experience. Literally every time I hear somebody say the unknown, as I was saying it, I was like, oh no, it's the unknown. I'm wearing that shirt again. I fucking love the unknown. I I love the sad Oompa Loompa. That shit was so good. Ethan 3 years ago duped Steven Crowder into debating with Sam Cedar because he himself proclaimed to know nothing about politics. Yeah, and back then, look, you don't have to be smart to be wise. All right, wisdom comes from knowing the limits of your knowledge. And Ethan, at that point, correctly recognized that he would not fare well against Steven Crowder in a debate, because Steven Crowder has some basic command of the facts, whereas Ethan is just pulling everything out of his ass. So he got somebody who actually does know. He got somebody who actually does read the news, and that was Sam Cedar, and that was epic. That was one of the best things he's done so far. Facebook is 100% what everyone thinks of when they say the dead internet theory. Yeah, it's such fucking trash. I will not go and look. You remember the Kamala slogan that she should have stuck with? Not going back. I'm not going back to Facebook. I am not going back to Facebook. All right. I've already had like my parents and my friends be like, are you okay? You dropped off the map. The comment deleted on the account. Oh, the comment got deleted. That's what I thought. You're talking about, what is his name? Alex Naivete? I'll see if I can dig that out for you.
As I can tell. Like, do misinfo and shit. But anyway, here's Trump's #1 soldier, Hassan Piker. What an absolute...
I thought you negotiated a ceasefire. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
he had as much to do with it as Trump. What an absolute fucking joke. And look at the comments. You guys have to understand. Liberals realizing they're more evil than Republicans. This is actually the talking point of leftists. You guys don't understand that. Liberals are Nazis. That's not...
No. Look, as a leftist, as somebody who has all the smoke in the world for the Democratic Party, as someone who thinks that we cannot afford to run another election with this gerontocracy, with the Democratic Party establishment, right? Although I agree that Kamala compared to Trump is the lesser of two evils, Biden compared to Trump, lesser of two evils, even Hillary compared to Trump, lesser of two evils, right? I agree with that. But this has got to stop. These people are losers, and they're dragging us down with them, right? But as somebody who has all the smoke in the world for the Democratic Party, I will not tell you that the Republicans are better, because they, in fact, are not better. The fact that that's even a question, though, should tell you something about the standard-bearer party for the left. The furthest left you can legitimately vote in a presidential election and expect your vote to do something is a fucking joke. The fact that would even be a question tells you that they are compromised. They are massively compromised, and that compromise is not only giving us bad policies when they do get elected, it's giving Republicans elections that they should never win. 2016, 2024, elections that Republicans never should have won. One, not because of the strength of Republicans, but because of the weakness of the Democrats.
Not even a fucking exaggeration. They're psychotic, these people.
Put on the negotiations of the ceasefire is the same as Anthony Blinken's. Okay?
I mean, literally, motherfucker can't handle the truth. Let's take a look at, how do you pronounce his name? Naivety? Is it just, I feel like naivete is not really how you say Alex's last name here, but let's take a look. This is what we're talking about with TikTok. Oh, there's no sound. Huh. All right, so here, I will, wow, is there really no sound here? This is a clip. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I guess there's no sound. Anyway, Hassan, it's a TikTok. Hassan reacting to Elon doing his take meister, doing his rage posting, doing his fucking trolling, but not that he doesn't believe in some Nazi ass ideas. Not that he's not a proponent of fascism. He's just doing this because he knows that in this polarized environment, this is something that'll be seen night and day between left and right. The people on the right have have just been gaslit so hard that they will deny what's right in front of their face. People on the left, not so much, so they call it out and say this is some Nazi shit, and the right is like, oh, you call everyone a Nazi. So it's the same fucking game we've seen for 8 years now, 8 years or more. But anyway, yeah, so this is Alex Naivete posting on a Hassan TikTok. There we go. We're going to post here. Wait, inbox. What is this? Activity banned again. Comment it. Okay. Okay, wait. So we got a system notification here. A comment you posted, which was on that TikTok, was removed for violating our community guidelines. Let's see if we can see the comment. Does it show the comment? Oh, here it is. Here it is. All right. So this is all that Alex posted. Free Palestine. All right. It's not hate speech. It's not terrorism. And if you think it is, there's something wrong with you. Right? Just free Palestine. There it goes. It goes in. Watches a little bit more of the TikTok. Now he goes to his inbox. Reload. 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 Here it comes. System notifications. Your comment has been deleted for violating community guidelines. Which community guideline is it going to say? Here we go. Your comment has been removed because the policy violation in hate speech and hateful behaviors. What is the hate speech free Palestine? Violation reasons, hate speech or hateful behaviors. TikTok is enriched by various backgrounds of our community members, apparently not Palestinian. Apparently not Palestinian. Our differences should be respected rather than a cause for division. You said hate speech, Mr. Naivety. You said hate speech. How dare you say free Palestine? But from what I've been hearing from people, this is something that would not have gotten is something that would have not have gotten deleted and considered hate speech prior to the ban. All right.
Anyway, what can you say? Apparently he came on with a MAGA hat. Let me see. Skip forward.
Yeah, I know he said all that stuff too. All right,
whatever. So there it is. There it is, guys.
Davy Cliff with a super chat. What is this? The furthest left you can vote in 2008 neocons is 2008 neocons. With the only difference is that they whisper. There is homophobia. There is actually homophobia and racism. Yeah. Even that they're letting go of, right? The Democrats, if they think supporting any group is a weakness to them, straight under the bus with you. Straight under the bus, right along with trans people. Imagine being the person who has to write this text. Oh, you mean the TikTok text? I think it's just automatic.
Shout out, huh?
But I guess like the person who has to come up with what it says.
Fuck the liberals are fucking worse, more evil than Republicans. Did you guys know that? All the liberals
are feckless. Liberals are cowards. Liberals are weak. All right. And they're suckers for some of the same shit that Republicans are. They're suckers for you saying that free Palestine is a sign of terrorism. They're suckers for you saying that the TikTok is stealing your data in a communistic way.
Liberals are showing up in our chat here. Come on, guys.
It's so funny to me. There's still people in his chat that are actually, they're like, I'm not a liberal. I'm actually a leftist, but I'm putting up with this shit for now.
Too easy for me. Just wait, though.
Somebody in the chat is like, why is he wearing a scarf?
Anyway.
You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand H3 chatter.
Although I'll say Hassan is having quite a week. He's doing a victory lap as Destiny, his arch nemesis, was like completely and fully fucking canceled / exposed this month.
Oh, you don't say. You don't say. Destiny was completely canceled and exposed this month. Yes, chat. We're going to get into that next, all right? We're going to be going over the Destiny stuff a little bit more. But wouldn't it suck though if you were somebody who had a video coming out, right, where the preponderance of your information was actually coming from the Destiny community? Wouldn't it suck if you had brought on Destiny orbiters in order to shit on Hassan? And you had been pretty much confirmed to be being fed information from the Destiny community. That would really suck. I'm glad that we're not watching anyone like that, though, Chad. I'm glad that doesn't apply to our friend Ethan Klein here.
He seemed like someone who could, like, sail through any cancellation. Because he's, like, edgy and he doesn't give a fuck and his fans don't give a fuck. But this was actually so bad that I don't think there's any coming back from it.
So what he's essentially doing, right? So if you understand, like, the stockpile of anti-Hassan cancel information dossier material, right? That lives in DGG. That lives, you know, in that community, right? Now that Destiny has been exposed, that's not going to have a lot of motion to it, right? That the fact that it's from, you know, where's your information from? Oh, it's from DGG. Okay, fuck you. You know, don't care, right? Ethan is going to do his best in this hit piece, I think, to try to launder that stockpile of cancel material into, you know, no, it's Ethan Klein. It's in the Ethan Klein video. It's not DGG, and you know where it comes from. This is just a rehash of the website Hamasabi. It's just this. It's the same shit. I mean, I predict anyway. We'll see what happens when it comes out.
I think even his fans are like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yo, somebody's fans are like that. Somebody's fans are like, dude, what the fuck? Yeah. Oh no, he's talking about Destiny. Okay.
Fans are taking it against him, but I'm sure he'll sail through it
Though
with his fans.
And
You know who didn't sail through it though? This guy.
I think some. There's
You lost half of your audience. What are you talking about sailing?
always a certain amount of fans that will come back no matter what the fuck you've done.
Right. That's true.
But I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, nah.
it's so bad, man. So the first thing that happened, he has this friend, Pixie, who is a girl.
Ooh.
I don't know much about. Who these
Wow, I'm so glad you're doing your research here, Ethan. Like, doesn't he has a research team? It just feels like he doesn't want to listen to them.
people are. I've seen her.
Like, I mean, this is a big part of what the crew are doing on his show. This is a big part of what the crew are there for. Like, their job is to do research, and they're probably better at it than Ethan is.
But they're friends. I've seen them in videos a lot together, and they apparently have a amorous past. And he has a penchant for filming himself doing sexual acts with people, which is already a pretty big red flag, guys.
Yeah. People, a surprising number of these people who are fascists, who are straight up like reactionary, chuds.
Not do that. I mean,
Definitely
listen.
not.
You can. There's nothing wrong with filming yourselves, okay? If that's what y'all want to do. But let's just be careful. Let's not do what Destiny did, which is apparently sending the video without the permission of the recipient to other people to jerk off to it with him. I presume that's the.
I think it was said that it was to try and impress another party.
So it was like apparently a 19-year-old girl he was sending these to.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Which seems like extraordinarily.
Look, it's bad enough. It's bad enough that dudes send like, I don't know, unsolicited pictures of their Johnson as a way of hey, let's get this let's catch this person's interest, right? I don't know, maybe it might work with some people. I don't want to speak for everyone, but it's definitely not gonna like make me change my right. It's not a good way to riz, let's just say. But the idea that he would send out, here's me in action. Here's me getting busy. Here's me doing the deed with these people. I mean, I don't know. That's like a I don't know who he's convincing with that. They're like, "Oh yeah, no, I wasn't going to chat you back. I wasn't going to be interested in you. But now that I've seen you, in action with someone else, I've definitely, and also from what I've heard, I haven't watched any of these videos. I will not watch any of these videos, but from what I've heard, the action is not that impressive. It's not like, ooh, I want to be a part of this. I want to be in, and also when you send out those videos, you're kind of telling these people, you're giving them a little indication that if you have sex with me, you might be in the next video, which I send out to the next person. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it would be a winning strategy, but what do I know?
Of course, this is going to come out. Now, apparently this came out because of a hacker got a hold of,
again, unsubstantiated
girls' data.
No, Destiny's data.
I thought it got it from him? I thought it got it from this girl.
My understanding is that the 19-year-old got hacked.
Right. Sorry,
Yeah, the 19-year-old
got leaked.
The 19-year-old claims to have gotten hacked. We don't really know.
She had this all on her hard drive.
Right.
Destiny Center. The hacker got in and got all this shit. Now, actually, if you can believe it, the next part is even worse. This girl Pixie said, I realized that Destiny's been sharing this content without my permission, so I'm going to be suing him. Okay. Then another girl came out yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. What's her name? Gosh,
Two more girls.
Oh, so I'm not even aware of if there's a third girl. So the second girl came out. Here, let me just go to the info here.
And in my opinion, once there's two, there's more. In my opinion.
Well, these are real. These are people that like are internet personalities
Yeah.
that he knows, that we know he's had relations.
Wait, I wonder how liberalism will digest Trump since he's doing. It's obvious his neocon movement isn't just a one-time hiccup. Oh, you're talking about the H1B, him being Are you asking, do you think that he's just going to become part of the neoliberal consensus? Is that your idea? Or it doesn't seem like there's a lot of pushback, right? On the Republican side, even when he does stuff that goes against what he campaigned on. Difference between his energy to talk about Hassan versus this is a much bigger story, is quite telling. Exposing things like this was H3's bread and butter. Yeah, this is like, I mean, remember how much content he did on Vosh? Is an ass pull like a rug pull? Yeah, this is, yeah. Well, I mean, he's kind of minting like shitcoin, I don't know, the shitcoin version of facts. So, if you buy into it, I guess he's kind of rug pulling you in a way. Why is Ethan being more careful talking about Destiny than he would about Hassan? Yeah, the good question. Good question.
Relationships with, so it's like there's not even really any room for doubt.
Right.
Also, Pixie showed screenshots of him being like, "I'm so sorry. If there's anything I can do, if I can pay you to."
Oh, Destiny.
Yeah.
Said that? Oh wow, that's deeming.
He said stuff like, I don't know if it helps, but here he is offering to pay some of her bills. He says, this feels super lame, and I don't at all want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money or anything, or have financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that. So it's at least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying about getting through this. Now, I had heard this leak happened. And I thought it was just memes and stuff, because apparently there was like a picture or video of him like sucking a dude off. Everyone thought that was funny, whatever. And then apparently there was also like a video of him that was leaked with like his ex-wife.
Hey, at least he didn't claim that he knew the dude was Fuentes.
And this girl, Pixie, I didn't know how graphic or what was in it. But I didn't know behind the scenes there was apparently an insane amount of stuff brewing that was
I feel like this is the kind of thing that he should, I don't know, maybe even outsource to Olivia. Isn't this like a I feel like Olivia could make a decent PowerPoint. I wonder why he's not covering this. Like, I mean, this is just such such shallow coverage compared to. I don't know. Maybe they're gonna go. No, wait. He streamed today. He didn't talk about it at all. No, he's not. He's. I mean, this isn't him ignoring it, but let me tell you how much time he's giving it to it. All right, we got 18 minutes to about 12 minutes. He's gonna spend maximum 12 minutes talking about this story.
Happening.
That's wild compared to. What was it, like 4 Vosh streams? There was like 4 Vosh streams. And arguably, there's less information about Vosh, right? Remember, the only information about Vosh was literally what's in the folders. You can't show what's in the folders because it's TOS. I mean, you can react to his... I guess you could say that like Vosh did more coping on stream than Destiny has done so far. All that Destiny really has said so far prior to this was sometimes you got to roll with the memes.
So there's that,
and now he's released his manifesto, his Twitter post, his effort post on Twitter, giving his side of the story, which isn't very convincing.
This one really was like,
but I mean, there is. It's not like we're gonna see, chat. It's not like there's no information about this. I feel like if you let Olivia loose on this, she would probably produce something pretty good.
For me, let me just pull it up. Let me make sure this is the one I'm talking about. Wait, so this is his... Hold on. This isn't an accuser. This is not this is his friend, Eurodite.
Eurodite.
Right? This girl isn't an accuser. I think there's just one more accuser.
Yeah, this is the Ghislaine Maxwell figure.
My statement with the info so far, my opinion will update as information is available. Yeah, she's not.
This is Destiny's sex secretary or.
Okay, maybe there's some confusion there because Pixie said she knows that there's at least 3 other.
As far as there's been,
this is Destiny's enabler.
There's only been one other person that's come out, and that one is extraordinarily terrible. But this one is his friend. I think she was in. I don't want to speak out of turn. I'm not 100% sure, but she's just expressing her opinion on the situation as someone that was close to it. Now so the next person who came out was Charlie,
yeah. Chad, I know Charlie. Keeper of the lore, Charlie. Good stuff.
And here's her statement, which kind of left my jaw on the floor a little bit. So she says, Destiny has blocked me and banned me, and people supporting me from his community. I've not done anything besides ask him for an explanation. As I was assured, this is something he didn't do to me. This didn't do to me being sharing videos of them with other people. When I wasn't given one privately, I spoke publicly. I am not involved in any lawsuit or coordination with anyone seeking justice due to the leaks in November, though they have had my empathy and support in their efforts. It is only yesterday I became aware that Destiny had recorded me while we had sex without my consent.
That is so...
That to me
insane.
is like the worst.
Okay, so yeah, this is a whole nother level. This is a whole nother level of bad. Right before it was just sharing, sharing these videos without their consent. Now it's recording, at least in one case, if not. I think there was also the Grindr audio that was recorded as well. The audio of the person from Grindr was not recorded, at least to my knowledge, with consent of the other party. And this happened to Cherry as well.
That's like a go to jail type of crime.
And then sharing it on top of that, it's
Distribution.
Filming without consent is like
Freak.
It's a terrible crime. It's just a terrible crime.
Yeah.
So yeah, that part blew my mind. And with no regard for me, also shared that recording to others. 2 women have now let me know that they have seen the recording taken of me in September without my consent. Jesus. I thank them for their concern. No amount of public humiliation will ever make me regret being made aware of what was done to me. I'll be filing a police report and pressing charges.
Good for you.
Now, obviously, Destiny hasn't. We put out one statement, didn't really say anything. It's not even worth reading. But I'm assuming he's going to have something to say about this new statement. So he hasn't said anything about it yet. But from what I can tell, there's really no space for questioning or.
My friend once stood in line behind Fuentes in an ice cream shop. We spent an hour coming up with Nazi ice cream flavors. What were some of your bangers? What were some of the best Nazi ice cream flavors?
I don't know. I can't imagine what Destiny could bring that would make this any better. Besides like a fucking recorded phone call of him being like, yes, you can film me and share it with people.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is not going to happen. So I don't know, man. This is fucking terrible. And of course, Hassan is doing a victory lap because his arch nemesis took the fat fucking L, and L being the law, breaking the law, and being lawsuited.
He's so dumb, dude. Because all these girls gonna try to sue him, and like it seems like they have good fucking evidence too.
Yo, forget being sued. That's a fucking serious crime.
Yeah. Oh, that true. It'll be a criminal
Police
thing
report.
too. That's,
I'd be way more worried about the police.
yeah.
Fucking civil court is just money.
Yeah.
He could go to jail.
I hope he does. Damn.
Crazy, dude. Ay, ay, ay. It's just endlessly remarkable to me that this keeps happening, you know? Like, what did you think, bro? You're sending it to a random 19-year-old? Like, the chance that that gets leaked is pretty...
Oh my god, these flavors. So we're going with Nazi ice cream flavors, right? Nazi-politan, that's a good one. S strawberry, and graped up guava. Oh my god. Nazi ice cream, that's right. Narwhal, thank you for the super chat. Not so erudite is Destiny's Michael Cohen. I hope she completes that metaphor by testifying against him. That'd be awesome.
Be high if you're sending it out that willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Like you...
From what I've seen, though, she is of the opinion... So, like, I mean, I don't know if we'll get a chance to watch this. I don't know if you'll want to watch this, but there's an interview done by Turkish Tom. Turkish Tom himself interviewed Not So Erudite on, you know, where she's at as far as this whole Destiny thing. It's really disappointing because she ends up in this place where she's like, listen, what he did was really bad, but I believe in rehabilitation. And my heart goes out to him. No, she didn't do the salute. She didn't do the heart goes out to him. But she did. Yeah, she said, you know, my heart goes out to him. He needs to be rehabilitated, right? Already. No, you know, accountability. Just let's move straight to rehabilitation of Destiny's career because it's convenient for Not So Erudite. Because without Destiny having a career. From what I can tell, Not So Erudite maybe does not have a career or does not have the career that she's wanting at the moment either. But she's like, but if anything else comes out, if it gets worse, then I will abandon him. I will say, all right, that's enough, Steven. I'm not. So yeah, she hasn't just done the basic thing of like resigning, which is what you should do as an employee of this guy if you want to. You know, show your disapproval of this, like at the bare fucking minimum. Especially somebody who appears to be enabling the fuck out of this guy.
Not expect this to happen. What the fuck are you doing, man? Are you that?
Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal.
Horny? Like, are you that horny? Is your brain that fucked up when you start jerking off that like?
What? He's just like blindly fucking gooning.
Dude, the gooning is ungoonable. Heights that have never been gooned before.
This has to be like a record, yeah.
Gooch. Okay, so I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I was reading it more. So there wasn't a second accuser. His previous allegations were brought up of his ex-wife confirming revenge porn rumors that were done to her without her consent, she said.
Wow.
That's what it was.
Wait, there wasn't a second? I believe Pixie and Cherry that's at least 2, and then, Melina would make 3.
Yay, man.
This situation reads to me like a guy who's gotten away with being a predator for a really long time, and now everything is catching up to him. And I hope that if more people come out, they feel empowered too.
I mean, there's already enough,
Right? I hope there aren't more.
Yeah.
I hope everyone feels
I hope
supported.
so too, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the times when shit like this comes out, you just go, how the fuck do you think you would come away with this? But it's like with power, with like doing
But even all the power.
You almost have to understand the political streaming sphere to understand how this works. You almost have to understand the history of the Destiny community, the way that orbiting works. There's a lot of background that you have to understand. Also, the way that people have been burned for coming out with accusations that are not like 100% nailed down, right? That's another big part of why more people have not been pushing this.
slight creep.
We'll get to that in a second. That's coming up next, chat.
A little bit every time. Yeah.
Even with all the power and coercion in the world, it's like you can't keep a fucking random 19-year-old from getting hacked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
'Cause there's a lot of people that hate Destiny,
Yeah.
Fuck me, man.
But no, in my mind, when he shares it with a person that he hasn't cleared it with, like that's the crime, right? It doesn't matter if the 19-year-old gets hacked or not. The fact that was shared with another person is unacceptable. Right there and there.
Holy shit. I saw a clip of his son saying, I told you all of my enemies are all pedophiles and Nazis. And someone said, what about Ethan? And he goes, Ethan's in a league of his own. I don't know exactly what he said, but I said, okay. At least I'm not a pedophile or a Nazi. It could be worse than that.
That is pretty good.
Oh God, that one will get you. That music is definitely not public domain.
He's in a league of his own. He's Jewish. Right, Zach?
He's like, somebody back me up on this, that Hassan is anti-Semitic.
Right. Found it. No, I'm kidding, of course. He would say Zionist, not Jewish. He has enough sense to not be that overt.
I feel like he went out of his way to literally avoid calling you that for the longest time. Hassan, when Ethan would get brought up, when Ethan's takes on Palestine would get brought up, Hassan's take was that he disagrees with Ethan, but that there are worse opinions out there. It wasn't at all that, and look, I mean, it's hard to deny. It's hard to deny, what Ethan's overall ideological disposition is in this matter. But Hassan was doing as much as he could to dissipate the heat on Ethan based on the things that Ethan said, based on the things that Ethan did.
I can't wait for you guys to see this video, though. Please don't.
I want to see him get copyrighted for the melody. I want to see that happen.
I'm like, this is a passion project. It really is. I've been working on this since we went on break. Since before we went on break, I started writing the outline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've been cooking. It's impressive.
Thank you.
If I were to start like a big project like that, I'd get bored, I think. I'd like run out of energy.
I'm very motivated. To me, I'm passionate about what it is about. I think it's an important. And also,
you're not passionate. You are spiteful. You are spiteful. Okay.
I think it's an important video. I do.
Sure.
And you are crashing the fuck out. I don't know what to say.
It's like cultural or not culture, but I don't. I think it has an importance.
Very important.
So yeah, I've been motivated, and like every spare minute I've had has been just chipping away at this thing.
The thing is, when Ethan started on this Hassan hate campaign, there was more of an environment where maybe Hassan could have been canceled. Where there were, there's people like, Nick Deorio, Turkish Tom, and all the rest that are very much on the hate Hassan train. I think that what in the year in between this, I think what Ethan has actually done is he's made hating Hassan uncool, which is amazing. Yeah, Willie Mack, right? I mean, there's a ton of people.
When I look at the
there was a ton of people on the hate Hassan train, and now they're like, I don't know.
Now I'm kind of like, wow, how did I do this? Because it's like, an hour 40 minutes long of and extremely highly edited.
Oh my God, chat. Now I was saying this the other day, but it looks like his chat. There's a lot of eel pit. There's a lot of people posting eel pit. If you're not familiar with the reference, right? The eel pit is a reference to a TikTok creator who has a cistern under his house, like a water reservoir essentially that takes in rainwater. And what he did with it was fill it up to a certain level and put eels. He would go catch eels in the creek and order fish, and just he had this pit like in the bottom of his house that you have to climb down a ladder to get to. That's like 2 feet of water and a bunch of eels, right? That was the eel pit. And it's only funny because the guy like named all of his eels. There's one eel named Crunchwrap Supreme, one eel named Mentally Eel. I kid you not, Mentally Eel. And but anyway, I don't think they ever got to that content. I don't think they would put it on the agenda, and then they would just never get to it. So when the chat's saying Eel Pit 2.0, they're saying they don't think that this video is ever coming out.
Like this whole hour,
he has literally been edging them too long.
The 2-hour saga is as edited as any H3 video.
Oh my God, Ethan, you're really playing it up. It's gonna be sad if it's not as good as you're making it sound. Yo, base chat.
Before, so it has the same amount of care and attention.
Drop the video already.
It's just 2 hours long.
I mean, the way that he's talking about it now, it sounds like it could be dropped.
Hassan at the inauguration. Wow, Hassan was at the Trump inaug. Don't you think that's taking a little too far?
Oh, there he is.
Is that Olivia Jade?
Okay. Well, like I said, chat, this was the segment that I was on when the stream went down on, what was it, Wednesday night? I think it was Wednesday night. Omega Star, thank you for the 200 bits. And also Buffy Geek, thank you for the gifted subs. Chat, I apologize to you. You are being very generous, and I appreciate that. But my stream alerts, like, look, even when I do the Capuchin, right, easiest stream alert in the world, supposed to shoot up a bunch of emojis. If I do shaky Gurga, nothing. But it's not showing up. Thank you, Buffy Geek, for the 2 gifted subs. Mumbles, you just got weaseled. And Poison Virus, you just got weaseled. Also, Omega Star, thank you for the 200 bits. Free Olivia, says Omega Star. Thank you for that as well. So what does that put us at? 12 and 14 plus whatever is there now. Oh my gosh, chat, 94%. So yeah, we're definitely en route to do that that video premiere tonight, which we've done this once before, right? So here's the deal. Let me just let you know the agenda for the rest of the evening. And again, chat, so much apology. I can't apologize enough. All right. The stream ended early on Wednesday. I owed you bonus content. I didn't even finish this segment, which wasn't even bonus content. I didn't even give you your regular content because we got cut off because my internet is shit. So, yeah, I'm going to do the bonus content tonight. What are we going to watch? We're going to watch Sunday versus Deorio. We're going to watch What If Alt Hissed. We're going to see that third and final installment of What If Alt Hissed. I have no idea what's in part 3, but we've seen part 1 and part 2, and they are wild beyond belief. So, buckle in, buckle up, stand back and stand by, for some bonus content tonight. And then the third bonus content, if we get there, we're 94% of the way there already. I gave you 2 ways to hit this. One is by, what? Oh my gosh, Davy Cliff with the 1999 super chat. I am the storm that is approaching. I'm the storm that is approaching, provoking black clouds. I'm the storm that is approaching, provoking black clouds in isolation. I am reclaimer of my name, born in flame. I have been blessed. My family crest is the demon of death. Forsaken, motivated Ethan. Are these song lyrics? Because they're definitely bars. Wait, 2 hours long? Wait, what's 2 hours long, Narwhal? I feel like I discovered an eel pit in someone's house. I was horrified. Yo, I would be so worried that they're feeding their victims to the eels. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Attack of the Hank. I mean, and look, this guy, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to make a judgment about somebody. You know, he's I don't know. He's in his like early 20s. He's pretty young. Can you imagine though, like him being like, you know, rizzing somebody up and being like, yeah, let me take you back, show you the eel pit. I'll be like, no, thanks. I don't need to see the eel. I would think he was going to feed me to the eels, but yeah, that's how Ethan edges people far too long. What a clown show. Indeed, coolest dude in the universe. Indeed. But yeah, that brings us to what are we at? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, chat. Thank you, Davy Cliff, for the very generous super chat. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the very generous super chat. I have 2 ways to hit this. Irene Geller 2025, and Ethan said Hassan. Oh, so Hassan's video is 2 hours long. Oh, geez, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. He said that today. I'm not going to show you that. I will show you what he said today if we have time, I guess. I don't think we will. We've got a lot to get through. But yeah, there's 2 ways to hit the dono goal too, and one of them has been successfully hit. That is one. What are we at? Like 124 on. Well, I didn't even set anything up for if we double the dono goal, but yeah, we're already at 124, so I should have prepared for that contingency as well. But thank you, everybody, for the generous super chats. Thank you for all the support. We're gonna get to, like I said, the bonus content from Wednesday. The first piece of that. Did I miss Odin telling Rudy to make a list? Yes. Oh my God, wait a minute. When did we do that? Does anybody remember when we last covered the What If Alt Hist? Because I think Davy might have some VOD to watch. You might have to see that VOD. Yeah, we did hit the. Yeah, thank Odin. Yeah. So what Davy's talking about is that What If Alt Hist went on an ayahuasca trip, met gods plural, you know, but both the you know, big YHWH as well as Zoomer Jesus, not just any Jesus, but this Jesus was a Zoomer bro. He specifically said this was Zoomer Jesus. So he met Zoomer Jesus, and then he met Odin, and Odin said, I will get rid of your trauma for you. Or am I remembering this correctly? I think Odin promised Rudyard that he would get rid of his trauma if Rudyard made a list of all the women that he pleasured himself to. So yeah, that was amazing to see. There's no way the eel pit is legal hobby in any state but Florida. Where was this guy? I think this guy was in Kentucky. So you're right. He might be in some trouble here. For some reason, that reminds me of The Rescuers Down Under. Is that like a Disney movie? I feel like I've seen that. Something about a bird. I don't remember. Apparently, a large segment will be about how Hassan's voice sounds different. Oh my God, I love that. Yes, a voice sounds different on a Blue Yeti microphone compared to the SM7B. Odin was met on neighborhood walks. Okay, thank you for reminding me that, Mark Gold. Yeah, he was not in the Yucatan Peninsula on his ayahuasca journey at that time. He was just doing these walks where he would talk to Odin while he's walking at night. Anyway, chat, I gotta keep going. We got so much to cover tonight. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. All right, so yeah, when we last... You know, I'm noticing also... Looks like Sunday did another stream about this tonight. But what do we have here? So this is the conversation. So yeah, if you were watching me on Wednesday night, you would have seen me reacting to this video. This is Sunday's magnum opus, and indeed, it got him 84K. I think, and I could be wrong, chat, I think that might be the biggest video on the President Sunday channel currently. If not, it is definitely one of the biggest. It is definitely far and beyond what his normal content gets in terms of, yeah, look at that. Like, you know, he doesn't, Sunday, like on his average video, I mean, like he puts out a lot more than me, but he's not getting that many more views than me. But on this one, yeah, he's could not quite get to 100K, but he's almost there. And again, he was the one to break this story. The question I'm going to ask is at what cost? Now, look, I told you last time when we covered Sunday that I agreed with Sunday that disinformation needed to come out, that Destiny needed to be held accountable, and that justice needed to be done to the victims. I agree with President Sunday's ends in this situation. I also told you that I was not sure about Sunday's means. And what I mean by that is that this guy had to tell himself a story that Pixie was basically a gold digger. That Pixie was this, you know, greedy person doing blackmail on Destiny. And that was what justified outing a victim before the victim was ready to come forward with. And again, there's some pretty big stakes for Pixie on this in terms of, you know, being afraid that that these videos that are now out on the internet you cannot suck that genie back into the lamp, right? These videos are going to make it to her family, they're going to make it to her friends, they're going to ruin her life going forward, right? So on some level, it's sort of understandable that she was fucked over in, I wouldn't even say, like Sunday seemed to say, like a negligent way. I don't think this is just negligence, right? It's negligence. Let's say if Destiny took the videos and then, you know, I don't know, left his computer unlocked and somebody saw them, right? That's negligence, right? If it accidentally was seen by somebody else, right? This wasn't accidentally seen by somebody else. Destiny sent these videos to somebody else. All right. So no, it's malicious. It's not negligent. It's fucking malicious. I disagree with Sunday there. So anyway, to break the story, Sunday needed a source, and that source turned out to be one Nicholas Deorio. Now, if you watched my video on Ethan Klein and Mika's rhetoric, you might be somewhat familiar with Nicholas Deorio. I talked about how Deorio made a video on that, attacking Mika's rhetoric, and you know, it's generally a guy that I disagree with. You know, he's not a right winger. He's just a centrist that absolutely hates leftists. So, some characteristics of a right winger. Without actually being one, but you know, he's just a commentary bro. He's just and in general, I don't agree with this guy. However, him becoming the face for this scandal because of him doing Sunday a solid and corroborating some of the background, some of the stuff that Sunday had heard separately with him, and the fact that he. So he recorded the call without telling Nick that he was doing. Do you see how there's a weird little parallel? Now, obviously, recording somebody's call and putting that in a video is nowhere near as bad as recording intimate activities with somebody and putting that sharing that with other people, right? So I'm not equivocating, but it's just weird that after Destiny having a scandal about recording people and releasing those recordings without the consent, that we see Sunday doing this to Nick Deorio. Now, my understanding is that Nick was not mad about this. Nick stands behind what he said, and it's out, right? Sunday released this video. Pixie did a twit longer. Cherry has now come out and said Pixie is gonna sue. Cherry might be seeking like criminal repercussions for Destiny based on what happened to her. So I mean, I'm glad that Destiny's getting his comeuppance. Oh, I shouldn't say it that way, chat, because here's the deal. I've got a lot of reasons not to like Destiny. Sunday's got a lot of reasons not to like Destiny. All right. I don't think this is about comeuppance. I think this is about accountability. But when you look into Sunday's motivations, you got a little bit of this desire to bring Destiny down based on previous conflicts that Sunday's had with Destiny. And it starts to get gross. And as we see this conversation between Sunday and Nicholas Deorio, it's going to get grosser and grosser, and Sunday is going to look worse and worse. All right. So, like I said, I don't have a lot of empathy. I don't, for Nick Deorio is not somebody I agree with. Nick Deorio is somebody that I've been on almost the opposite side of so many different issues. And, Nick Deorio is probably somebody, being in the drama commentary community that's done a lot of questionable stuff as well. But it's not that Sunday played the recording of his conversation with Nick. It's that he selectively played parts of that recording. And when we see what Nick's got, which is the rest of the recording, because again, dealing with a commentary guy like Nicholas Deorio, it's very likely that he is recording too, if not to release it in this case to at least kind of cover his ass and have a recording of everything that was said. And the stuff that Sunday doesn't show us, it makes Sunday look really bad. Really fucking worse than Nick, way worse than Nick. So anyway, I've been let's get into it, chat, or else we'll never get through this.
Streaming because of the Hassan stuff. But, well, he mentioned the Hassan stuff, but he says that's not the reason. He then reacts.
Okay, it's this one.
If this cover up ever comes out,
can I ask 100%. You who the Can I ask you if the sources you have for this were multiple or singular? Was it one person? Singular.
Yeah, I've been kept in the loop by one person. I don't even know who gave it to that person.
Okay, so chat, I gotta ask you something, okay? One in chat, if you want me to roll this conversation back slightly. I don't think this was the last thing that we watched, but I'm kind of putting you literally right in the middle of the conversation. Do you want me to roll this back? Or in interest of time, should I just start it where it is? What do you think, chat? One in chat to roll back, two in chat to just start where we're at and see where we go from there. He did the same thing. Oh, you're right, Narwhal. I forgot about that. Actually, I had a video about that I was going to put out if I actually had time to edit stuff. Rose's boyfriend contacted Queeman. First, Queeman has done a lot of, has covered quite a bit of this. Yeah. Queeman sent him Sunday's Way. Again, Queeman, somebody that I disagree with about on plenty, but Queeman sent the Rose's boyfriend. Oh, God. And you put that in quotes, too, acknowledging that there's a lot that we're not sure about this Rose character, or this supposed boyfriend, right? take this all with a grain of salt, I guess. Kweeman sent him Sunday's way. Sunday still is sloppy in his arrangement of the info. Regardless, gold diggers can have crimes committed against them too. And again, wanting to be paid for something as potentially life ruinous as this is absolutely understandable. I don't know what's in Pixie's heart. I don't know what anybody's intentions are. I guess, you know, there could be a lot of things, you know, going through Pixie's mind in this, but jumping to the conclusions that Sunday reached, and I think they were very self-serving conclusions, right? Because the only way, so here's the deal, right? Sunday wants to get this story out. Why does he want to get the story out? He wants to get the story out because, you know, fuck Destiny, okay. Everybody knows about this. Nobody's talking about this, right? Frustrated. You know, he keeps on getting away with shit. Okay. And, you know, on some level, somewhere in the background, well, yeah, there's the victims too. But Sunday ends up running over the victims to get this story out. Sunday ends up putting this out before before Pixie has come forward. And how does he justify that morally? He does so by painting a picture of Pixie as being also a bad person. And I've got to think that that's motivated reasoning on Sunday's part.
Really interesting. It's very interesting.
And I've been passing everything I know to Tom because I need Tom to be aware of this stuff.
How long has he known?
I don't. Since he's tried to stop talking about Destiny publicly, he's kind of taking the same.
Since that video, so before the Chud talk, huh?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
We don't want to give anything away, like, at all. Like, that's the point. I don't want to give the boat away here. I have no interest. I didn't want to talk about it at all, and we were all kind of caught off guard that it happened. I think I literally agreed that we weren't going to fucking talk about it on the stream, so I made a huge mistake by making a joke about it. Because again, anything that I say on there it has to just be lying.
Everyone was afraid. Okay, so look, there's one level on which, yeah, everyone was afraid, and the reason for that is that Destiny has a track record of when accusations are made against him, he goes through the accusation, he finds an I that's not dotted, he finds a T that's not crossed, he finds a pixel out of place, and he turns the scandal into being about the person, you know, bringing it forward. And yeah, he's a very powerful person in the space. He can definitely direct a lot of hatred, you know, your way if he's not happy with you. So like on one hand, you have a bunch of commentary people, kind of keeping their heads down, but on the other hand, you have a bunch of people. Yeah, I think in this case, look, I'm going to be charitable to Nick here and take him at his word when he says that he didn't want to bring this forward before the victim had come forward. Because again, that could have some really bad, one. So wait, people are saying roll it back. People are saying roll it back. Okay, well, we'll roll it back. God, let's make it go twice as fast though, so that we have time for everything. Okay? How does that sound, chat? Yeah, I didn't notice that. We got a bunch of ones in chat, so the consensus is we'll do 1.5.
Sorry, apologies. Still getting earphones in.
No problem.
All right. Damn, you're very quiet. I'm turning up.
Oh, is that on my end or?
I can't tell. Discord's a shit show.
Yeah, they shouldn't let everybody manage their own audio and then manage everyone else's audio, and then I don't know. It's
the worst thing has been is I spent a lot of time like making sure that my audio on stream is fine and like tweaking with Discord. It's nonstop, but it comes out on the other end. It's like I'm talking into a potato. It's terrible.
So I wanted to talk.
Destiny arguably created Twitch politics. He used to be a gamer. You know, he kind of did create the genre, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, so if anybody's got, I don't know if that's it. That sounds true. That sounds true. I'm sure he wasn't the first person to do a live stream about politics, right? But as far as the way that the genre, especially of debate content goes, then again, he wasn't the first to do blood sports debates either, I don't think. I think a lot of the right was doing that. Maybe he was the first on the left to do that. But regardless, I do kind of agree with you when you say that he is at the forefront of Twitch politics. And yeah, when I came into the space, he was the, you know, just the, he was a constellation. Let's just put it that way. He was so damn influential. It was as if he was, you know, he was drawn out in stars above Twitch politics. Destiny strikes me as a fast-talking con man. Hence, I'm inclined to believe his accusers rather than the defense. Well, I'm definitely not sweeping for Destiny here. All right, don't anybody get that twisted. I have some problems with the way that this was brought forward by Sunday. I do not have a problem with the fact that it was brought forward, because yeah, absolutely, Destiny has a lot to answer for.
Talk to you about some of this Destiny stuff because I can't really say too much because I don't want to be. This is a very strenuous situation. I don't like covering things when I already know all the answers, because then when I speculate, I'm lying. That's a huge thing for me. So with certain subjects, I just don't touch them, because when I think I've got too much information, there's not really an unbiased way to cover it. I'm just kind of waiting in the wings for things to happen. So with Destiny, it's weird because this is one of those where it's like we're talking about potential non-consensual. I don't want to say revenge porn because they're going to argue 50 different fucking definitions.
I'm just going to stop. It's objectively not revenge porn.
Yeah.
Like that's not the issue. People saying that are stupid. People saying it's about him being gay.
I view it in a similar manner, not in a malicious sense, but more like non-consensual releasing of private sexual material. That's probably the better way of saying it, I guess. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure personally.
The blood sport thing was definitely adopted on the right before it was adopted on the left. That being said, you know, Destiny was one of the first people nominally on the left to sort of participate in.
That's true. So I think that's genuinely enough if it ever like bubbles to the surface to probably destroy him publicly. But again,
I think that's optimistic. Or pessimistic. I don't know where you stand on that.
I think it's on the money based off the stuff that I've heard talked about. But like the issue I have with
also, thank you to everybody who's liked the stream. That helps me out a lot. Again, sorry for getting to stream so late. I just literally did not get my internet back until just now.
There's no story unless that person is involved. If that person's not involved and it becomes their word against any other person's word, then that's a loss 100 times out of 100, and it's like a career-ruining loss.
Right.
You know what I mean? So this is an extremely difficult plane to navigate.
Can you restate that for me?
What do you mean?
Can you say that again? I just want to see if you say it differently.
What game is Sunday playing right here?
Just indulge me.
So Nick has just explained the pragmatic reason, the you know, the self-preservation reason for not wanting to go forward with this without, you know, one, absolute proof, and two, the victim solidly, you know, leading the charge. Why is Sunday asking him to restate this? What is Sunday getting out of this?
There's a reason for this.
I think it's I think it's a career-ruining loss. I think that when you when you pick a fight with Destiny and you don't have the person involved, I don't think you can make that. I saw what he did to Chud. I didn't know the stuff about Lauren Southern was real. Chud did. Chud knew. Chud talked to Melina, and that changed my perspective on a lot of stuff with Destiny. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, I didn't see what Nick is talking about in terms of Chud logic. I have seen Destiny do this to other people, though. I have seen Destiny do this to a lot of people. I've seen him straight up destroy people's careers based on, like I said, some pretty minor stuff. Some pretty minor. I mean, this is the thing that he does. He gets accusations, or somebody else gets accusations. Destiny goes through and he finds like one little pixel out of place. And I'm thinking of literally in this case, right? One little pixel out of place. And then he turns the scandal into being about the person that did the fucked up thing to being about the person making the accusations about the fucked up thing.
All right. There's of course the complicating factor. There's a couple of complicating factors, obviously, but there's a complicating factor where this other person notwithstanding, we have some degree of confidence that Melina won't ever say anything because of, you know, Destiny's threats a while back. I don't know if you caught those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, are you aware of that?
I didn't catch them directly, but I've downloaded all the footage for saying like anything possible about the situation.
No, I'm talking about Destiny. I'm not talking about Melina. I'm talking about what Destiny said.
Oh, was this around the same time frame, or was this prior?
This would have been when the divorce was being made public.
Yeah.
So there was. Yeah, I can send you a clip.
Wait, isn't she like a participant in this? Didn't she always say that she had access to a lot of these girls' like images and stuff prior?
It's a possibility. It doesn't really matter.
I almost remember her saying like Steven showed me everything, which I guess at the time nobody took in a weird way. But if this is something
given the nature
that
of the
does
Lauren
a lot,
stuff, like evidently not, right?
Yeah. So now that's like let me go look it back.
But I'm going to be halfway there. Like, I'm going to agree. I don't think Melina is an innocent victim in this. I think she is a victim in this, but she can be just as shitty as Destiny is. It just doesn't make any difference to me. It's like, okay, it's still bad. We know for a fact that there were other people who were victims in this who absolutely weren't doing that kind of thing themselves. I'm unaware of anything Melina's done to that level, though. I'm open to. If she,
I don't have anything on Melina. Melina's not. I don't know really anything about Melina outside of what's publicly available.
Yeah, the problem.
No, Trump's definitely doing pump and dump. It's not just Trump. It's they're doing it. They did 2 meme coins. One was Trump a coin, and the other was a Melania coin. And yeah, it's definitely pump and dump.
The problem here, and that's what complicates this a little bit, even though it's not technically revenge porn by itself. We have the history of Destiny floating leaking nudes as a threat. That's one thing.
What did he own? Like 80% of it from the like I forget. I'm not Matt Bender. All right, there are other people to go to about crypto stories that are like that are deep in the weeds about this kind of stuff. But from what I can see, yeah, he's absolutely taking advantage of his biggest fans.
More important to my eyes is we have, while the divorce was going down, we have him going live and saying to his audience, Melina's never going to say anything against me because we know that my reputation's already in the dirt. So if she says stuff, I'll leak stuff, and it'll be really bad for her. Paraphrasing. I can send you a clip for that. That's what really. I had issues with Destiny, like serious issues with Destiny before that. That sort of changed my perception in a pretty radical way, nonetheless. That's like, okay, those Lav Epstein comparisons are a little less crazy.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I didn't take exception to the fact that he doxed you a couple weeks ago.
You didn't take exception to that, or?
I mean, I mean, I'm acknowledging that that's definitely another thing he's done, and people are kind of worried about that with them, not necessarily me.
Between you and me, I am not particularly afraid of that.
No, but I'm saying other people probably are.
Oh, probably.
Yeah. That's another
So yeah, what Nick is referring to here is Sunday coming on J-Stalk's stream. J-Stalk, up until recently, was a pretty prominent Destiny orbiter, and hosted a lot of conversations between the Destiny community. And so Destiny's there with J-Stalk. Sunday shows up and just does all these weird jokes about Destiny, having gay sex. And Destiny's response is to mention a name, which seems like Destiny thought it was President Sunday's name.
That's another one where it's like, I don't blame people for that.
You're in danger of that?
No, I've been doxxed 100 times. I got doxxed 4 months into being on YouTube by Ethan Ralph. Destiny can't do anything to me those people didn't do.
Should have looked in advance.
Yeah, no, I've been turbo doxxed. The worst thing that happened is I finally got my cell phone after 4 years, so I had to get a new number. That was inconvenient. But at this point, I mean, you can only really get doxxed so many times before it's just like, well, I mean, you're not going to swap me, so what's the fucking... Well, ooh, you got me.
My assumption was when I put my face up, there would be ways to link me up. So I take.
I mean, my name's Nicholas Deorio. It's not. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I take.
Being convenient if they got my job though, that would be a pain in the ass. But I've taken steps.
Unfortunately, I don't have a job, so I'm safe there. Okay. So
I feel like anytime you say I sure hope they don't do XYZ, it's like, oh my god, don't say that. Don't give them ideas.
Sort of being candorous the word about this. I appreciate you being open about this.
No problem. It's frustrating to not be able to talk about stuff like this.
What specifically would have to happen to trigger some kind of determinate position on this in public for you?
I mean, I'll be super candid about it. Pixie would need to talk.
Yeah, but you have to talk publicly, or do you just see it?
No, I think I've already seen it. I think she needs to talk publicly because if it comes down to it, and Destiny convinces her privately to take that other. Look what happened with Chud Logic and Lauren Southern. He had Melina coming to him and telling him these things directly, and he was put in a position where he can either eat shit and be hated by that community and lose a huge percentage of his audience to the point where I had to pick up the other half of the slack and like help him out, right, to keep him afloat. Or
so now Nick stands behind everything that he says, but you can hear the narrative that's getting painted already is that this is all about self-preservation. I don't, as much as I said, as much as I'm not, riding with Nicholas Deorio here, I think there's a little bit, you'll hear him talk more. I think he cares about a little bit more than just his own self-preservation.
He could just leak those messages.
I think that most people would give somewhat of a fuck about the victim.
Be justified immediately, and it would start like a huge conflict. And I guess he did the right thing by loyalty, but like, you know what I mean? It's like if you don't have the person, then it's you fighting on behalf of somebody else. And I've seen this go down so many times with content creators where if they don't have the support of the actual victim in the situation, you're fighting a losing battle from day one.
So principally, your concern is that you're going to take a pretty big financial / audience hit. If you were to
well, I think there's a genuine risk that I'm going to get left out to dry here because if she doesn't say anything, or even worse, if she comes out and says it's not true, then I'm fucked.
You said you've seen things. What have you seen, may I ask?
I can't go into detail about that stuff.
I don't need detail, just like what kind of things? Could I ask that?
I'd be giving away the whole thing.
There's no level of abstraction you can do?
No, I don't think so.
You're aware of
Yeah.
who the victim is?
I don't know much about her. I just know who she is. And I know she's been telling people stuff, and that stuff has gotten to me.
Interesting. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Do you have any knowledge about this at all? Because if you're aware of any of the stuff, I'd be able to engage with it further. I'd have to gauge your knowledge on it, because I wouldn't want to give away the fucking...
I am in the same boat as you, so... maybe
So do you
that reassures you.
do you have the DMs?
Do I have the DMs?
Yes, you
I'll
have
tell
the
you what,
DMs.
meet me halfway. Tell me the
Yeah.
DMs with whom.
Erudite.
I have the DMs with Erudite.
Okay, so we're on the same page, I guess,
Okay.
then.
You have the DMs with Steven.
No, I don't have those.
I have the DMs with Steven.
Do you know how this... tell me, how has this been resolved privately?
Sounds like they're talking about Pokemon, doesn't it? Do you have a Charizard? No, I do not have a Charizard. I have a Squirtle. I have a Charizard.
Vaguely. If I had to guess, I think he probably gave her somewhere between a few hundred to a few $1,000s.
I think it's going to be more.
You think it's going to be...
I think it's going to be a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's going to be a lot more.
What makes you think so?
I don't want to say, because you haven't said anything specific, so I'm not going to say anything specific. But you've been...
So they are, and some of you could probably tell already, they are alluding to a set of screenshots. Talking, I believe, with, in this case, Straighteraid, about the possible sum of money or goal of that money that is being talked about, is being, alluded to here.
Because you can totally...
And what wasn't clear is like how much of that discussion was generated by Pixie and how much of that was coming from another place, and in some cases kind of being represented almost as if it was emanating from Pixie, despite the fact that, yeah, a lot of the amounts actually came from a different source, right? So that's not a convenient fact for Sunday's narrative. Sunday, I feel like the narrative that we're being sold here is that there's a scumbag named Destiny. He's doing bad shit to a lot of people. All of the scumbag orbiters, they won't say anything because they are self-interested. It's bad for their career to say something, to come forward, to be the one that comes forward, right? All these cowards, they won't say anything. And you know who else won't say anything? His victim. Except that I've got some screenshots from someone implying that maybe this victim was asking for a certain amount from Destiny, asking for a, something like law school to be paid for. And therefore, doesn't that kind of sound like blackmail? Doesn't that sound like extortion? So I found my way out as President Sunday. I found my way to justify pushing this story forward without the victim, right? By making the victim kind of a villain, a little bit of a villain, a little bit complicit in your own victimization. Chat, you see what's wrong with this. You see what kind of motivated reasoning is at work here. And I don't know where that comes from with Sunday, honestly. I don't want to try to divine people's intentions. That is always a mistake, absent of a lot. But it's not good. It's not good that that's the first place that Sunday's head goes in this situation. And it seems like that's what's broken him out of this moral conundrum, so he can push the story forward, ruin Destiny, get his big story, which, I think he'd get at least 100,000 views off of that. I don't know, chat. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll top out at 100,000 views, but it's not exactly the big break that he might have been, hoping for from something like this. But yeah, even if his reason's not motivated, he is one of the worst vessels for the story you could find. given that he has this like well-documented hatred, justified even, for Destiny. It just it's not helpful. It gives them a chance to change the focus of the story, which I don't think they should be given a chance. I think that Destiny and DGG have hurt a lot of people for a long time, and I don't know how much accountability there actually could be on the internet, but I don't want to let them change the subject. Now, you know, with what Sunday's done, I don't know. There's a route that now I don't know. You know, will they take it? Will they be successful taking that route? I can't know that, but I just don't like that there's a way to wriggle out now. Such a, you know.
What would you like me to say? What would you like me to say specifically?
I might hold on, pause. So if the messages have gotten to you and they've gotten to me, how have they not gotten public?
That's what I'm curious about.
How has nobody wanted to touch this?
Well, it might speak to the sources being very minimal. Like they may have just gone to very few people.
Yeah, that was one of my concerns. Of the messages could be potentially faked. That's another one of them.
You think so?
Yeah, they could be. I mean, I don't have scrolling messages. I just have ADM from somebody. But I have heard, like, I mean, she reacted in fucking spicy chat, so I know she was freaked out. I know that's real. She went into spicy chat and said she was losing her fucking mind because they were talking about it. So that definitely did happen.
Here's something. It stands to reason.
Actually, I can prove how much you know. So if I'm going to say the beginning of a sentence, can you fill in the blank?
Probably not from memory, but I'll give it my best.
I'll try to pick a notable one.
All right.
I want this to be the most
financially painful, emotionally painful, something like that.
Not good enough.
I should find these. I don't know, chat. I feel like most of you have seen the screenshots by now. But yeah, they're referencing a certain screenshot.
Enough, Mr.
Not
Sunday.
enough. Give me a second. Give me a moment. I'll just look at the thing. Okay. Okay. Some repetition of that sentiment earlier.
It would be a blue message,
It would
depending on actually, yeah.
Just scrolling through them because she says, I want this to be the most more than once. Or I want this, da-da-da-da-da.
They're playing Mad Libs. Yeah, kind of lexical. That's what it feels like.
It's followed by the last line of the previous message is this what you feel you need?
Yeah,
I imagine if you have any messages, then you would have this one.
Oh, sorry, the one before that is this what you feel you need?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually, I just noticed Sunday says that I saw one of his community posts recently. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Oh, President Sunday.
Oh, President Sunday. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Not what we're here for. We're here for community. Finally returning to full-time video essay production. Huh. Streams will be fewer, but the content should be much better. Here's the Patreon. Oh, wow. Fate has brought Bad Empanada and President Sunday together on the super blacklist. The double secret super blacklist. Personal obsession with my hair / divorce? Jeez. Sunday. Bad Empanada, doxing, death threats, general unhinged behavior. Okay, well anyway, that's the news though. Maybe Sunday is gonna be a video essayist. I feel like the first, yeah, he started out as one, didn't he? Like his earlier videos, I think, are not stream videos.
Okay, and the top of that message is gotcha.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Expensive mistake.
Yeah. Okay. So we have the same stuff.
Yeah.
And I can candidly say I think that the rumor I've heard, I have no evidence for this, but the rumor I've heard is that he's going to pay for her law school.
Interesting.
And if that's the case, that's way more than a couple hundred or a couple thousand.
That would be, yeah.
That's where we're entering like Epstein conspiracy. This is like some crazy fucking. This is insane. If that's the case.
It is.
So I mean, I privately told everybody I'm completely distancing myself from this guy, waiting for this bomb to go off. But I don't want to be the one to fucking light it because I don't know. A, I can't verify these messages myself. B, I don't have Pixie in my corner, and if Pixie does what Melina did and give Chud a bunch of shit and then doesn't open her mouth, then it's career ending for me. Fuck me. I'm screwed. Right. So that's why I'm personally not engaging with it. But I mean, I feel stupid. I sent Destiny like a message of support at the beginning of this, like about his dick getting leaked, not about this part of it. Like, oh, it's a shame that your fucking dick got leaked or whatever, which I guess is still valid.
I didn't realize how bad it was initially. I thought the big thing was the Lauren Southern leaks. I thought, oh, he's got sex tapes. Okay, surprise.
Well, in the back of my head, I was thinking, why would all these people consent to their fucking nudes being exchanged?
Well, the answer
why would that even happen? They would absolutely not. They absolutely wouldn't. Yeah. And it's like, and I haven't really been able to talk about this with anybody because I'm not like a fucking. It's a huge risk to even discuss it because this guy's got such a chokehold over his community. But I legitimately think if it ever comes out that he's paid a large sum of money to silence a woman after he leaked her fucking naked pictures to try to hook up with a random fucking e-woman, I absolutely think that's career ending, and I don't think that can be defended. And if it can be defended by his community, it would fucking completely destroy. I mean, yeah, his reputation's in the toilet. It could be lower.
It could be. It's also it's in the toilet with people who care to know.
Yeah, no, I think this is a viral.
I just love who turns. What turns you into an e-girl? Like, what is the
everyone's story video?
Oh, has Josiah spoken out? I actually don't know. I know Pisco has.
In like community-wide story, if this cover-up ever comes out.
Can I ask you who the Can I ask you if the sources you have for this were multiple or singular? Was it one person?
Singular.
Singular.
Yeah, I've been kept in the loop by one person. I don't even know who gave it to that person.
Very interesting. It's very interesting.
And I've been passing everything I know to Tom because I need Tom to be aware of this stuff.
How long has he known?
Since he's tried to stop talking about Destiny publicly.
So that is Turkey Tom. They're talking about
since that video. So before the Chud talk, huh?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
We don't want to give anything away, like at all. Like, that's the point. I don't want to give the boat away here. I have no interest. I didn't want to talk about it at all. And we were
boat. There's a boat involved?
All kind of caught off guard that it happened. I think I literally agreed that we weren't going to fucking talk about it on the stream. So I made a huge mistake by making a joke about it. Because again, anything that I say on there it has to just be lying at this point if I don't want to just tell everybody what I know. Because I know the answers before I write the question. So it feels extremely fucking slimy and I hate doing that stuff. But I can't be the one to, this reminds me of the ICO stuff with Edwin.
No, I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm hearing what you're saying.
I don't want to publish the Edwin shit on behalf of somebody else. That's somebody else's research. This is somebody else's fucking screenshots. This is somebody else's story. And if these people don't step up, I can't help them. I would absolutely cover this if this stuff was published by Pixie or by somebody who has Pixie's consent to release it. Oh, absolutely. Night one, stream subject.
Night one,
right? I don't see a way to move forward with it without that.
Okay. That is very interesting, though. I'm very curious as to how you have this. Then, I'm very curious as to how it's.
I'm very curious too.
So if you had to describe the person who sent it to you, not specifics, is this like just as an example? Because there's like lots of these types, right? Is this like
I'm not gonna tell you who sent it to me, but I'll say that most of my inner circle has it.
Really?
So I've shared it with like Augie, I've talked about it with Chud, so we're aware.
So Chud is aware.
Yes.
Okay.
Keep in mind, me, Chud, and Tom had talked about it privately before that call.
Interesting. What was the logic?
Oh, what do you mean?
Why would you talk about that before that call? The call seems like it's inconvenient for you guys.
This was a stupid thing that we did on a fucking 5-hour live stream that I wish we didn't talk about it at all. We talked about it as more of like
you didn't premeditate that conversation. You just talked about this.
No, we spoke about Destiny, and I don't think we had all of the stuff that we had. I think I've gotten stuff since then on that stream, but I think we had a general understand. It's really been a fucking drip feed of information. I found out about the fact that it was non-consensual fairly early on, and then, oh fuck, I hope that's not the case. And I go, well, we'll see. And then it became like I've heard rumors that Kyla is like the enforcer who's trying to talk her down from taking a better deal, and I'm like, oh fuck, okay. And then I saw
Kyla is the name of not so erudite.
One set of messages. Chud hasn't. Oh fuck. Well, Chud hasn't given me the rest of the messages. I only have one text message. A DM. Yeah, this is text. Yeah, text message. I have one text message, and he has the rest, and he's never shared them with me.
Okay.
So I don't know how he got it. I imagine it's not from Pixie. I imagine Pixie's told somebody who handed it to him.
That's
You must have told a few people.
And if Pixie's getting a deal, I don't know why this got to me at all. Because why the
B. Vaughn. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I mean, look, I don't think that Deorio comes off sounding any worse than Sunday here. Well, you're about to see content brain, actually. You know, I think that's why I looked at Deorio's position more favorably, is that compared to what Sunday ends up saying, that's nothing.
Fuck would she want the drama channels to know if she's getting paid?
It's about to get really
out. Again, none of this. There's stuff here I obviously don't know.
Yeah.
Right. That handouts to the situation, but
Right.
yeah.
I don't
know. I hope this makes more sense as to
No,
why
it makes a lot of sense.
Talk about it.
Yeah, and again, thank you. I have particular reason to think that the DMs are real.
I mean, I think they're real too. It's just not me thinking something isn't enough to publish it. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. Okay.
This just makes too much sense for it to not be real. I wouldn't stake my career on it, but
can you give a similar description of the source for the law school claim?
Yeah, same source.
Same source.
Yeah.
Interesting. Is this someone who's like who knows shit, or is this just like some guy?
I mean, they claim to have a source. I don't really ask where it comes from because, again, I'm not running the story.
Okay, so you don't know who this person is.
So I haven't. No, it's more of like a hey, this is going to happen thing right now, and if you hear anything that's more concrete, we can move forward with it. But that's the assumption. I'm warning Tom as a courtesy because I mean I'm friends with Tom.
I understand. Would you be willing to share that with me?
What?
The anonymous tip you got.
Unfortunately, it was verbal.
It was verbal. Interesting. Was that over VC or?
Yeah, we're talking in a call about it, but.
Okay, was this like a group call or was this like a private call?
Private.
Okay. Where was this guy from?
So just for anybody with questions about this format, like what this video is doing on Sunday's channel, it's parts of this conversation were used in Sunday's video, in the the video that got 80K views on Destiny. And so, that's what that's what the next call will be about, right? There's one more call after this one. The next call is Sunday and Beckett of Crabs, I believe, talking to Deorio and letting him know that they've got a banger video coming out. They both do, like the Beckett's channel as well as Sunday's channel. They've got banger videos coming out, and guess who's getting taken along for the ride? And yeah, spoiler, it's Nick Deorio, right? So in other words, you are the voice for the allegations now, Nick. Congratulations.
Can you tell me that?
I got it from Chud.
But in reality, I don't know what Sunday thinks this sounds like. It does sound to me like Chad is saying that they both have a bit of content brain.
Got it from Chud. Okay, so Chud. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's interesting. All right. Okay, well, I guess that's where the
I can't tell if I'm being exposed or if this is helpful for you, or both.
It could be both. No, but in all seriousness, I genuinely appreciate you
I'm just trying to do the right thing here, and I'm trying to make sure. Like,
wait, is that right there? Is that Nick realizing what's happening? Or is it just a coincidence? What do you think?
I don't want to. I'm not trying to be a total fucking douchebag about this publicly. I totally understand why people think I'm like sweeping up for it, but I like have actual shit to fear about this.
I feel like I should have some video game going in the background because this is just like it's just Discord avatar.
Right, and to be clear, like I understand it. I understand it completely, and I am also aware from the tenor of these DMs, what it very much strongly looks like Pixie was angling for with these.
Well, I think she's throwing a little blackmail out there for sure.
I think that is an intuition. It's an inference someone could make.
That's the thing is though, but that's the thing.
Now I need these screenshots. Now I need these screenshots. I have seen all of these screenshots individually, but I think they were just like on different tweets and stuff. If I would, maybe some of them on Reddit. Oh my god, do I need to go to Reddit chat? I hate doing like, look, I hate doing Twitter streams, but I really hate doing Reddit streams. Like, that's the worst. Chat, am I weird for that? The other streamers, do they give you Reddit streams? Do you get to sit there and watch somebody read Reddit? Is that a thing? Is that content? Would that be fun? Am I just weird for not liking Reddit? I don't know, chat. I don't know.
And if I were to cover this publicly, I'm weighing the pros and cons of this. Do you think that it's worse that she's blackmailing or extorting for more money? Or do you think it's worse that Destiny's willing to pay?
Because when I actually looked at the things that Pixie actually said, in the screenshots, the things that were actually coming out of Pixie's, I was supposed to say mouth, but clicky clacky, typed by Pixie, I didn't see those kind of like direct, like it wasn't Pixie that was like, how about paying for my college, or how about, this sum, right? All I see from Pixie is that she wants this to be an amount that Destiny will actually notice. That's not just like a here is a trivial amount of money from Destiny. Now, hush. Like, and the reason that the rationale that Pixie gave was that if he thinks about sending somebody else's pictures, I want him to like remember this sum.
Pay her off to dead the story. That's a legitimate conversation that me and my audience would have to come to.
Neither. Here's how I would view it. Okay.
Is that what makes you an e-girl, Roxy Amused? You wear thigh highs and cat ear headset and bisexual lighting? Isn't that just like most trans girls under age 25?
There's a hierarchy of bad things. One triggered another, triggered another, triggered another. Excuse me, sorry. I'm gonna take a halls quickly.
We're entering the halls, chat.
And the one bad thing?
The one bad thing is we're about to listen to that cough drop.
Triggered another bad turn. And if that ever made it public, it might trigger another bad turn or reply.
It's a halls, all right.
That might take the form of, because he's a very vindictive person.
Yeah.
Might take the form of just withholding money.
Hey, Chad, I guess it could be worse. What if it was bubblegum? Here, let me get this. Let me pop this bubblicious. Can you imagine listening to Sunday and there's like just intermittent bubbles pop, bubblegum sounds?
It might take the form of attempting.
That might actually make him more watchable. I don't know, Chad. It's
legal action for blackmail.
Entirely possible.
No matter what goes down, the bad thing Pixie did will not be paid attention to. The bad thing Destiny did will be very bright. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it reminds me of the Mizkif stuff, where it's like all the stuff happened to Adriana Lee, but all people are talking about right now is that Mizkif didn't defame anybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Mizkif did as bad of things as Destiny implied to Adriana Lee, but
yeah, I think it's spelled Killmead, Kllmead.
There's a lot of reflection that's occurred.
Yeah, Brian, the Fox at 5 host, right?
I think that she's wrong for extorting him, but I also think that like she built her entire career, basically, as far as I've been told, off being like the person who got popular in that sector.
I'm still not buying this extortion thing, right? From what I've actually seen, I guess I could imagine why one would say that, right? Because there are people speaking for Pixie, characterizing like what she wants in those kinds of ways, but it's not actually coming from Pixie.
Of the internet without fucking Destiny, which obviously came to a screeching halt when people from fucking Kiwi Farms ID'd who she was. Right. So it doesn't feel.
Oh no, I'm just teasing. I'm being purposefully dense. Pretending to be dense.
She can come back, which I don't.
So that I can have plausible deniability and think that, like, oh no, obviously the chatter was just talking about Fox anchor Brian Killmead. Obviously.
To be honest, this is probably a good thing in disguise as a horrible
She was never
thing.
really there to begin with.
She was never gonna have a successful career. Yeah. So her walking away with a big fucking.
But thank you for explaining the joke to anyone else in chat who's not familiar with the Brian Killmead meme.
Hush money settlement here is probably best case scenario for her.
Mm-hmm.
And she probably realizes that to some capacity.
Bad case scenario for everybody else, though, who this continues to happen to, because this will happen again.
Well, that's the thing, is that she's not the only girl whose nudes got leaked.
Yeah.
Or guy.
Or guy.
but that creates a huge discourse. And you have to also take into account that even though the extortion could have occurred with this one particular person, if this story does blow up, we're going to hear a lot more names from people.
That's true.
Wait, no, we're not listening to, yeah, this is Nicholas Deorio. If he mentioned that website that you're talking about, then he was talking about his information being put there, or the videos, but not. It's my real name. I actually am Brian Kilmeade. What's the Kilmeade meme about? It's just a way to say something that is a little spicy and that might be TOS somewhere, is it? Without saying it.
True.
Guaranteed. Those people are going to talk about it. And I hate to give Mr. Girl a W, but he described Destiny as like a fuck.
You do not, in fact, have to hand it to them. You know that, Nicholas, right? You know that. You do not, in fact, have to hand it.
Fucking serum or whatever.
He did, but I don't think he got a W for that. I think what he actually did.
I don't think he gets a W. I think he took it way too far. But I think people are going to start to reflect back on that and steal bits and pieces of his talking points and use them effectively.
Maybe. I think the problem with Mr. Girl is that he tried to make himself into a victim.
The magical rhetorician that loves the movie Cuties.
And he made the whole thing just easily sweepable as like.
Oh, he's not going to get credit for it. But they are going to look at his document and they're going to drag some talking points out there that are usable.
There is an interesting development from this conversation, though, which I want to point out. If Chud knows this, and you know this, and I know this, and it is a wonder that it hasn't been made public yet.
Yes.
Okay. This is
I mean, I don't think
effectively
Chud's going to make this mistake the second time.
This is effectively swirling around, right?
Yep.
This is in the public sphere.
It's
well, we need to see what happens. I don't know for a matter of fact if she's taken the money, and if she's taken the money, then that's it. She's not.
Yeah, Sunday. It's swirling around just like that Hall's cough drop in your mouth.
Not gonna. I'm sorry. That's it. I'll tell you what I told Chud.
Okay.
If she takes the money, we'll hear about it in 2 years. If she doesn't take the money, we'll hear about it in a month. That was my stance because this is never going. She could take all the money she wants or whatever. Every drama YouTuber, not every drama, but most drama YouTubers know about this. And I would not put it past her to take the money and then come back a couple later. I think it'll inevitably come out.
Can you tell me who knows about this?
It's literally just I showed it to Augie, I showed it to Tom, and Chud told me. So yeah,
so everybody who was in
my core
that
sector
call
knows. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why Augie's
Our Fox guy's getting paid $500,000 a year. Randall, I'm afraid it might be more. Like you're talking about the #1 rated cable network. I'm pretty sure they got paid a lot.
He's been fucking chewing. He's like a fucking dog, a rabid animal. He's just fucking waiting. He's been preying on this forever. Okay. So he's extremely excited to talk about it. But again, he's in the same position as me. Dude, this is you have to handle
Augie. He's like a rabid dog. Yeah, whoever said this is like some content some content head going on here. You are correct.
Things tactically.
That is the comment of the day.
Because if you don't handle them tactically, you're leaving yourself open for like a massive thing. And Destiny is not somebody who you can just swing at. That is the worst possible person to go and like, unless you have everything I's dotted, T's crossed, there's no way to go after him.
Yeah.
But we're not helping him. Nobody's sticking our necks out to help him.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I noticed Lonerbox even said something yesterday. This morning.
I mean, you know why Lonerbox said that, right?
Well, he's been...
So now he's literally talking about the gaming stream of Lonerbox that we watched. That's
talked about on Kiwi Farms recently.
Oh, you don't know.
What happened?
He's dating Pixie.
Oh, I knew about that. I've known about that for a while.
And my question to Chud was, well, did he know? And I don't have an answer for that question, but I imagine Destiny's friend he went to Israel. As far as I understand, he's completely pulled away from Destiny too.
Well, I mean, it's a career disaster. Hey, here's a question for you. Do you know if people like Josiah and Pisco know?
I don't know them personally, so I don't know.
Okay. Can you do me a favor?
And I haven't told my my. I don't like using the term orbiters, but I haven't told all them yet either.
Okay.
You were about to say orbiters.
So this is like a.
Who are his orbiters? Like Chud? Is Chud an orbiter, or are they like
You, Chud, Augie, Tom thing?
No, I thought there was a reasonable chance that you knew, and I figured I would fill in those blanks because
Can I ask why?
don't want you to think I'm a total scumbag.
No, I appreciate that. Can I ask? Can I ask why?
I'm not doubting that Nick has orbiters. I'm sure he does.
You were fair to me with the ICO thing.
For the record.
You're around this community enough, and it probably clicked that you knew more because I didn't think you'd talk about it if you didn't know about it.
Okay. All right.
Why is he eating a sandwich? Is it like a villain? It's worse, Roxy amused. He's eating a Halls. He's sucking on a cough drop while he's having this conversation.
Okay. Well, lots to think about.
Why do they make Halls like that? Why does it have to have that like perfect little hole, that little cave in the middle of it that makes the suction sound against your tongue?
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you let Chud
He
know
calls
what we
his orbiters dingleberries? Oh no.
talked about just so
Oh no.
him and there's not like a wall there.
Sure.
I appreciate it. Okay.
I can't guarantee that he'll want to talk, but I can definitely tell him that we spoke and that you had the screenshots. You have more screenshots even than I have. So.
Okay.
Can you tell me a little bit about do we have like a admission from Steven? Is that a thing that we do have?
You know what I'm talking about, chat? I almost don't blame Sunday, because it's like if you put a Halls in your mouth, it's just like the shape of it. It's going to make that suction sound. It's going to do that every time.
A moment, let me see.
I mean, it's kind of fun, to have a Halls in your mouth, but at the same time, it makes talking...
You don't have to send anything to me.
We're lucky we're not getting it clicking against his teeth, right?
I'm just.
I mean, it is a Halls.
Reviewing.
After all.
Because that would be an interesting thing to report back. Potentially.
Keep sucking that cough drop, Sunday.
Forgot how bad these were.
They're not bad. What are you talking about? They're delicious. What are you talking about? One in chat if you think Hall's cough drops are delicious. Is this a spicy take, chat? It's my hot take. I like them. I like Halls. Where else are you going to get a mentholated snack? Seriously. They should make that flavor bubblegum. Oh, that'd be so sick, chat. That'd be so sick, but I would totally chew it. When I'm by myself, I smack on like half a pack of Big League Chew. That's wild. Wait, I never thought about this. Isn't this like the bubble gum that's supposed to look like chewing tobacco? It's so weird how like that and the candy cigarettes. It's like the weirdest thing. The weirdest candy.
I would struggle to read these and not see them as a de facto admission.
Okay.
Just by the tenor of the conversation. But put this into perspective.
I mean, they're low-key delicious.
Well, I just want to...
Wait, are there different flavors of them? I'm trying to think. How many flavors of Halls are there?
I guess to leave off, I think on the day that this stuff does break, you're going to have reinforcements, but you probably won't until that point.
You're going to have reinforcements. What is this, Mordor? Are we having the Battle of...
Unless something gives.
Unless something gives... Okay, so that is the call that transpired. Nope. Not ready for that. After which, Sunday contacted Nicholas Deorio again. Sunday and another content creator, the YouTuber responsible for the for half of Cope and Seethe. So those two videos that have come out, it partly came out of this conversation, from my understanding. So this is Sunday, and Beckett of Crabs explaining to Nick that he is drawn the short stick.
He then reacts badly to any mention of.
Yeah.
Imagine if you get isekai'd into TGG. Like, that's your isekai event. You get hit by a truck, and you wake up, and you're an Arbiter of Destiny.
Maybe that is hell. Maybe
That sounds like hell,
yeah.
right? That sounds like the worst possible outcome. I'm like, oh, okay.
Maybe Hitler, his obsession with metrics, blew his brains out in a bunker, and then he suddenly woke up.
Which orbiter? I think he's talking about not so erudite. I think in his mind he's got not so erudite. That's who I'm imagining, chat, and it's not good. It's not good.
It was like, Kyla, are you okay?
Can you imagine that? Oh my god, chat, I don't want to think about this. I don't want to go into this reality. They got mentholyptus. They sure do. Eucalyptics and chapped litmus. Liptus? Oh, for your chapped liptus. Yeah. Oh my god, chat. Chapped liptus. Mentholyptus is delicious. Okay? I was just like...
Cage got hit in the head by a horse. That was a good line to enter on. How you doing, Nick?
As he deafens immediately. Perfect. Oh, fuck.
So that's Beckett, who is, in fact, British.
Oh.
So you have to nod my head a certain way when I say British.
Oh, God.
Chat, you don't understand how bad I want to play video games over this. There's like nothing. I don't think there's even anything on screen here. It's just a black screen.
My output audio.
This might as well be a podcast. Sunday, Beckett, Nick. Make it happen.
It's coming from one place and it's not.
The signal coming from inside the house.
I don't think they would want to be on a podcast together, especially not after this.
We're good. Okay, cool. You were coming out of my monitor. I didn't even know there was a fucking speaker on that.
I've had that happen. It's weird.
What's going on? Yeah, this looks. I don't know. This looks not great. I saw another post that came up.
So, Nick, listen.
Mhm.
Listen, buddy. I like
Do
you.
I dare play some Vampire Survivors over this? There's literally nothing else.
I made him phone you.
He did not make me phone. He did not make me phone you. We had a conversation. We deliberated for a long time. Just wanted on record since you're doing that, you dickhead. But you conceded to me by the end of it. Look. We are launching 2 videos tomorrow morning.
Oh no.
And yeah, guess who's coming along for the ride?
Guess who?
Well, if he was German, one speculates his name might be something like Christoph der
Wait,
Snickerdoodle.
Kraut? Oh, no.
Not Kraut. What do you think, chat? Did Sunday make a funny? Was that a good joke by President Sunday? Play Metal Gear Rising? I think it's mostly politically important video game. Oh, I should. Wait, I've heard good things about. Is that what's his name? Who's the video game guy that does those games? He's like Kojima? Is that a Kojima game? Yeah, there's literally nothing, oh my gosh. I didn't know that Vampire Survivor ever started with... Wait, doesn't it have a way to... Is there a way to turn off the volume, though? Options. Sounds off. Chat, I think we can do this. You'll just believe in me. That a girl on the internet can game if it's Vampire Survivor. Just go with me, okay? Go with my premise. Whoa. Vampire Survivor. See, I'm doing this because this is one game that will not distract me overly as many other games would do. You don't want to be doing, yeah, I think, wait, Metal Gear, that might not be the best game for streaming if I'm reacting to a video, because you gotta concentrate, right? That's a stealth game. I mean, I know a little bit about oh, I see. It's here. Boom. Nope. Let's try again. Aha. Vampire Survivor. Okay, let's just get this going again, and I'll give you something better to look at than blank space.
Hold on, wait. I'm now I don't know. I guess crowd. I don't who's.
I said if he was German, his name might be Christoph der Snickerdoodle.
I mean, do you get it, chat? Do you get it? Is that clear? Who Sunday is talking about? Christoph der Snickerdoodle, or it was.
I'm not getting
No,
it.
all right.
You want to?
No, not want. I'm not dragging you in. Kind of am, but I'm also kind of not. Look, I deliberated about it hard. I got to reference our conversation more. It's a public interest thing. It lays bare the issue. I put you in a positive light. You were the person I'm burning the least, but you were, frankly, a lot more honest than you had to be.
Here we go.
And
wait, you know what this feels like? It didn't dawn on me until now, but this has the energy of like a Chris Hansen, like, kind of interview. It's like, well, you know, you were more honest than you had to be on the internet, and now we have the chat logs. You're going to be going to prison for a very, very long time. You can leave out that door, but understand there's cops right out there, and they're going to tackle you. We're going to film it, and you're going to be on television, and it's, yeah.
Did that. So I figured I'd rather just not be a rude whatever. Whether you care or not, it just seemed respectful to give you warning.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I really have any issue with anything I said in that call. So.
I didn't think you did either. I got the impression, I apologize if I misread you, that given what you know about me and given things we said in that call.
No, understand where Nick's head is at right now. He knows that part of that call is going to be used in Sunday's content and Beckett's content. But he doesn't know what part, and I think he might be assuming, well, yeah, if you play that whole, the whole tape, which we haven't heard yet, all right? Understand, what we heard was the Sunday part of that call. The second part of that call that Sunday did not include on his channel. And it paints a not so great picture of Sunday, but we will get to that after this.
And that you kind of expected that was a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay. We good?
Well, to be fair, it's not just a you thing. It's kind of general.
Well, that's my
best practices on YouTube is to not say anything that like.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's my.
Everyone says that.
Well, I didn't want it to come off as like a character attack where I'm like, oh, I knew this guy was going to record me. I assume everyone does.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't take it personally. I think, to be honest with you, I think most people who don't record these conversations, especially if they don't know each other, are playing with fire. I think it's a mistake. So you never know. And this is my logic going into it. I didn't know if I don't know you. I didn't know if something I said in that conversation I'd have to like be able to represent correctly or whatever. I didn't. Frankly, I was really surprised. I have to thank you for this. Actually, I had no idea how many people. And I'll let you in on just sort of what we've sort of discovered. So we're digging a little bit. I know where I know where the figure came from with respect to Pixie getting payout for law school, for example. Straight rate has been leaking like a motherfucker, just to everybody. It's been weird. And I learned all about that. I talked to Chud after I talked to you, and he led me down there.
Oh, I told him to, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, by the way. Appreciate it.
I put another group call together, and I talked to Tom, Augie. We kind of all briefed where we were with it.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, what's go on, Beckett? My apologies.
Do you want to know what is coming out tomorrow?
I'm not super concerned, but if you want to tell me, I'm down to hear it.
You really shouldn't be, honestly, but Tom might want to. So here's what I'm putting out.
You know what this the other comparison I'd make here is this also feels like, if you've ever bought a car before and you're like sitting in the office, sort of like waiting, and you're thinking like, okay, well, I mean, like this seems like an okay deal, and they're like, well, you know what? If you want this, you're gonna need to pay this. Oh, that doesn't come with that? No, that doesn't. That's not standard. That's not standard. So if that's important to you, it's just like all the stuff that they're trying to like. It's I don't know. It just feels like you're hoping to get out of there with a good deal, and it's just not gonna happen. They're like, well, here's how much we're taking you for okay. Here's how I don't know. That's not even a good comparison, right? Because you can walk out of the car dealership. Nick can't walk out of here.
I got the stuff you're probably particularly concerned by. I've got a bit of a conversation. Not a ton of it, just a tiny little bit, just where we're talking about like the consequences of speaking out, right?
Yeah.
I have a link to 30 minutes of that conversation that will be in there just for people who are interested in the tenor of the whole conversation, so they have the context. That's it from me. Not the whole thing. We don't get too heavy. It's just literally that part where we go to, okay, look, we get it. It's bad. We can't for X, Y, and Z reasons. But if something were to happen, if something were to give, you'd have support. Okay. So
yep.
My logic is, to the extent possible, hopefully this gives people sort of enough of an impetus to be like, okay, this is out there. This isn't like a thing we need to be afraid of talking about now. We had some additional shit. I don't know if you know about. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. It's kind of a toss-up at this point. I have no idea who Straight Raid's leaking to.
I don't have. That's all my contacts through Chud.
All right, so here's the deal. This is why I'm burning Straight Raid, and Becca's going to go into depth on that.
Yeah, it's probably best that I explain this because
do you want to?
My video.
All right, go for it. Don't want to steal your thunder for my conversation. Sorry.
It's not thunder, but I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
I've got all of Sunday's DMs with Straight Raid. I've used that as a skeleton of this entire timeline. I show those DMs. I explain what's in them, using like specific points of like that are relevant. I then go through all the DMs between NSC and Pixie. I also cover Steven's DMs with Pixie, and I show sections of Pixie's statement that she would have released, basically saying this was non-consensual, and she wants to sue Destiny. So it's everything that has been floating around, along with Straight Raid saying being the,
Are either of you worried about like the morality of moving forward with this without the girl?
No, and I'll tell you why.
That's an important question. I mean, it's weirdly asked, but that's an important question.
This comes back to why I gave Becca the Straight Raid DMs. After I talked to Chud, I went to Straight Raid and asked, hey, look, so this thing that we agreed was like super top secret, we've been really careful with, everybody has it, and the person who talked to Chud, they think that the thing about Destiny paying Pixie's tuition, I think that came from you. And what Pixie told me was that, yeah, basically immediately after Pixie had that interaction with Destiny reached out to Straight Raid, started floating ways he could pay her financially, and that was it. So this entire time, they've effectively been working together to try and pressure Steven into releasing money to keep Pixie silent. So it's like, okay.
Including Dan's been pressuring her as well. She mentions that in a statement. Straight Raid mentions that. But the biggest
Logic can't get mad at
that's Dan Saltman.
So that was a huge pain in the ass.
I don't think he has anything to get mad at you about. Frankly, like
you're not the source. I'm gonna when I went looking for these, I didn't just get them from Sunday. I got them from an entirely separate party to all of you.
Now, the only reservation I have is I kind of feel bad I ended up burning Tom by accident. I don't really listen. I'm not normally super stoked that my calls are getting recorded and released, but I'm significantly less angry about it because I kind of just want this to come out already.
Yeah, that's what
I don't really. I'm not like super. I'm not super broken up about it because I've been kind of just waiting for this to drop.
Can I make a suggestion? Now. Can I make a suggestion? And you're not a.
You want me to get out ahead of it?
No, you're not a dumb guy. I was actually gonna say, if you give a shit about Tom, there's an easy way Tom has to get out of this, and it's the exact same way you did, which is, look, we're all very nervous about this. I ain't like some Machiavellian schemer. This got brought up in a joke. I didn't know what to do, and I kind of just went on autopilot, and I feel bad about it.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, this got brought up in a joke? Oh my god. Look, I'm not like some sort of comic book villain or anything like that. I mean, but
we're just holding our tongues. We didn't know what the moral or responsible thing to do was, and didn't mean to sweep for Destiny or.
I'm not the freaking Joker.
disparage
I
Melina's
mean, when he
account or
gets on
whatever.
stream, he's probably going to say. I mean, I've talked to him about. He's going to say the same thing as me. Unless the girl's involved, there's no moving forward.
Now, chat, I am teasing what's coming at you next, okay? Just so you understand.
Yeah, but the
That's
problem with
gonna
the
be-
problem
that's
the
gonna
problem
be his
with
position.
I agree with you, but the problem with Tom though is that
But
he
now
went
it's
out of his
out.
way.
Once
yeah.
it's out, it's out.
Yeah.
So you're asking the moral line of bringing and whether we're worried, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not. Because Lonerbox went on stream the other day.
So he's trying to say that Lonerbox, and what did Lonerbox say exactly? I feel like people. Now I didn't notice this, but apparently, whenever Destiny was brought up, he looked despondent, and he alluded to another reason that he wouldn't be on the internet. I don't know. We watched that thing. I didn't get the signals that, like, I didn't take that video as Lonerbox coming forward and saying this stuff. But apparently everyone in this network that, where the leaks were going into, everyone, a lot of people knew this. A lot of people had this.
And said he was stopping streaming because of the Hassan stuff. Well, he mentioned the Hassan stuff, but he says that's not the reason. He then reacts badly to any mention of Destiny and alludes to stuff behind the scenes. Hassan has talked about this. Bad and Bernardo has talked about this.
No, it's time for this to come out.
Yeah, everyone knows it is Pixie.
Text me today. It's coming out. Like I knew this was happening. I know you guys were doing it, and I didn't know it was happening tomorrow. But I mean, once I saw the second YouTube drama thread, I knew it was coming out.
Yeah, this is gonna be a 1-2 punch in the morning.
I wanted to talk to you as well because I'm honest. You're a friend. I know we're not like best friends or anything, but like I didn't want to do this and blindside you. I don't feel comfortable doing that. But
No, I'll probably just post something to Twitter that's similar to what I said to you in the call. And Sunday, if I need to reference anything else in the phone call, do I have your to reference the fact that it occurred or whatever? If that wasn't included in the video, do I have your permission to show that?
Well, I'm assuming you have a recording as well.
Yes.
Okay, I got you on record for that. Well, I can't with any right tell you no. Can I?
I mean, I have a recording. I don't even, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, I figured. I just needed you to say that for my recording right now. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Well.
All right. Well.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted this story to be out for ages. I find it really fascinating. This Destiny machine is a fucking mess, and frankly, I think everyone looks. I think we've reached the point of it looks absurd. The silence around it. It just looks like collusion, even if it's not. And I think everyone's aware of that. So
my issue with this whole
And there were a lot of people that were getting that allegation. I think including Nick.
whole thing with this collusion narrative is that like I went on a stream with this guy about a January 6th thing like 6 months ago. I was a huge fan of him like 4 years ago. So the Nicholas Deorio Destiny shit just continues to surround me. But I haven't I think I was on his stream a total of 3 times. I have perms that I've never used.
Well, this is the thing that's annoyed me the most of all of this is the silence and the narrative from people in DGG. We need to wait for the victims. We need to protect the victims. They don't want it talked about. Well, that's fine, except there are
no, but those people are going to turn around and deny that this happened. So I mean, I don't really care. Put every single person who says we need to wait for them from inside of like Destiny's community. All those people are going to find 50 reasons to hate that girl tomorrow.
Well, it's also the fact is that it's not just their choice anymore. Their silence has caused damage to other people because they've left everyone to speculate, and it's starting to actually just get fucking annoying.
Thanks for the heads up. I'll make. I guess Destiny's on the Tuesday.
I mean, these are the justifications.
I think
because if it's out, there's no reason not to watch it.
I know you're confident about what Tom's response is going to be. I really think though, like I think the issue with Tom is that in that Chud call, he did aggressively like posit excuses for Destiny in that case, and I think that puts him in a little bit more danger potentially. Maybe not. Maybe people won't care. But
the problem is we don't know everything in this story, and I know we don't know everything in the story. I think Tom is a level of charitability that's higher than one that.
But can I level with you though? This is one thing I didn't bring it up in our conversation, but it's one thing I strongly disagree with you on. I think you were absolutely correct when you're talking about how you judge the Pixie case in particular. That there is a limit to the information that we have. We're making some level of speculation based upon inaction, action, etc., etc. I think it's pretty clear. We've run it by a few people just to make sure our judgment wasn't like off base. That the interactions between Pixie, Steven, and Kyla lean directly into the realm of extortion, if not outright blackmail. But leaving that aside, and in fact, you introduced the word blackmail in that conversation before I did. I paid close attention to that. But leaving that aside, I think it's a mistake to treat that as the issue when fundamentally what the issue actually is it is public knowledge, regardless of the details of each individual case, that Destiny was sharing pornographic images that he took of colleagues.
I said this directly to you.
Yeah.
We talked about the blackmail part, but I said I don't think it's going to matter from a public perspective.
I think
I specified that when we were talking. Because yeah, there is the blackmail perspective that he can use to push it down in his community, but ultimately the wider audience doesn't care. They're going to see.
Oh no, I agree. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to matter for
That's
Destiny.
what I said.
The issue for me bringing it up is like that's a principal part of the reason why this ceases to be like a victim story anymore. Now this is like an additional bad thing that is
Well,
not.
I think that she should get paid out. I don't care if she
I don't
has
have a
to
problem with her
push it.
getting paid out. Like frankly, whatever money Steven loses in all this is not really my problem. I think the problem though is that the action by itself is still immoral. You can disagree with that. I think even in Pixie's position, there are things that she can do that are wrong. I think that's one of them.
No. Well, I appreciate you giving me the heads up.
No worries.
Totally could have blindsided me on this, but I appreciate you not doing that.
Okay. Well,
Sunday feels awkward being thanked, considering what he's about to do. So yeah, at this point, Nick is said, "I stand by what I said. I want this out there too. I'm not worried about how I'm going to come off." But he hasn't seen what's actually presented, and when he does see really kind of what's missing from that conversation, he brings it out.
thank you again. I appreciate you. I appreciate you actually reaching out and being upfront about that. Again, like you are the one who completed the circuit. Like we didn't.
Thank you for being a friend. Oh, this is so sweet, chat. This is so wholesome.
Like this has just been kind of
except it's not.
Like I almost mentioned it tonight on stream. Like they were talking about the stupid Boblax thing, and they're like, "Yeah, you guys hear like all the shit that I leak or whatever, but like you don't even know 1% of the shit that goes on in these fucking communities right now."
Yeah.
And I like it's like another one where it's like I'm never gonna be the first guy to tell this fucking story. It's never gonna happen. But again, if you want to tell it, and I'm accidentally the person on recording, I guess that's a happy accident because I'm gonna stream it on Tuesday anyway.
Yeah, it needs somebody slightly.
Oh, okay. So I get it now, chat. I get it now. This is why Sunday put this out. That line right there. Right? What Nick just said. This is why Sunday's got this. This is what Sunday wants us to pay attention to.
If you want to tell it, and I'm accidentally the person on recording, I guess that's a happy accident because I'm gonna stream it on Tuesday anyway.
Yeah, it needs somebody slightly outside, I think, to pull the trigger.
So he wanted it out. Yeah, needs somebody outside too. I wonder what Beckett means by that. I wonder if Beckett is thinking the same thing that I'm thinking about, like President Sunday being like kind of the worst messenger for this particular message, given the history between him and Destiny. I wonder if that's where Beckett's coming from as well.
Which, but frankly,
Listen, I have no idea that I was recorded in that video, and I never would have said all those things first.
Where are you? You're in Newark, right?
I can't. Yeah.
Okay, good. One party consent. I just wanted to make sure.
I would never sue you. But I had no fucking idea that I was being recorded.
Well,
so
neither did I. So
I didn't
there.
make the first. I didn't make the first statement. Somebody else made it on my behalf, as far as I'm concerned. So I can
Listen,
talk about
I'm
it.
very tired, and you're both very gay.
Jesus Christ.
As long as I have plausible deniability and I can't get blamed for fucking putting this out for the girl.
Like,
Is Beckett practicing for his stand-up routine or something?
I mean, I don't care. Listen, I was gonna probably leak this in fucking 3 weeks by accident anyway, so.
Yeah, it was. Listen, we've reached a point where it's.
Yeah, we've reached the point, Beckett, where the next time we have this argument, no, we're not fucking alerting them in advance. Look at you sap. He was recording me the entire time. Unbelievable.
Well, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Obviously, though, there was no intent to use that or anything.
Obviously. Yeah. No, I get it.
Well,
it's all good.
When would I even need that? The only.
I mean, it's weird that you would even think to have to excuse yourself for that, because that's not. Like, it's not. Look, this guy just recorded you. Don't feel bad about the fact that you recorded.
The only reason I would ever need that recording is if and when you recorded me.
True, that's true.
If and when you took me out, like I don't know if
I mean, I was contemplating just reshuffling that like crazy. I could do things.
Listen, I mean, listen.
What? Oh no! Did he just say I was contemplating reshuffling that? Like, just when he says reshuffling that, like crazy? I mean, is he talking about out of context, cherry picked, deceptive?
Want a narrative of Beckett talked to Sunday.
Well, you said I'm just saying you said I'm not stupid. I knew there was a chance I was going to be recorded.
That's what I told Beckett. To be clear, I was arguing in favor of your intelligence.
Look, I play ball. It's fine. Did you see the Mama Max video?
No,
Yeah,
but I feel like I should now.
I get it, but listen, I'm about to leak Sunday's DMs and the DMs with Erudite and a whole host of other stuff. I don't need any more shit on how trustworthy.
Next time when Beckett calls and he says he really needs to talk about something, I should start picking those up more.
Yeah, you really should, brother.
I'm sorry. I've been having so much IRL shit right now. I've been out of it. I barely got a stream this weekend. I only had 3
Oh God, chat! I didn't even think of this.
I made it very vague, and I just did.
I didn't even think of this, but This kind of feels like kayfabe, or like, you know, a specific phenomenon in kayfabe. Right. So if you're not familiar, kayfabe is the false reality, the storyline by which wrestling and wrestlers live. The you know, reality that they pretend is real, and you know, breaking kayfabe is considered bad. Like if you were a wrestler and the script said you got your leg broken, and they see you out there walking without a cast, then that's not, you know, keeping kayfabe, right? That's letting the audience in on the illusion. But sometimes kayfabe is broken in a way that actually is also kayfabe. Like somebody goes off and seems to go off script and out of character, but it's like a, I don't know. There's layers of unreality that can exist here.
Sorry, I've been having like, I've been having so much IRL shit right now. I've been out of it. I barely got a stream this weekend. I only had 3 hours.
Like, just the thing, I know this is weird to bring up kayfabe, right? But the thing that struck me is that for a second there, it sounded not rehearsed, but planned. I don't think overall this sounds planned. I'm not gonna, you know, go out on some kind of conspiratorial ledge. It's just something that crossed my mind, like, what if this was? What if this was? What if this was all a pre-planned thing? Because, oh my god, chat, it solves a huge problem for all of them. All of them want to get the story out. They all have various reasons why. Well, except for Sunday. Sunday's like, Sunday is seeing red. You know what I mean? He's moving in. He's seeing he smells blood, right? And so Sunday is not even, you know, that concerned about self-preservation or morality. He finds his ways around those things. But like, I mean, this kind of gets them out of that, doesn't it? It gets Nick out of it because it's like, hey, not my fault. I was secretly recorded. Sunday, yeah, is in it regardless. I don't know. Given how much better I think that Nick sounds compared to Sunday, now I'm like, I don't know, chat. A little bit conspiracy brained tonight for whatever reason.
Oh, it's your stream tonight.
You're fine. I did, to be fair, I made it very vague, and I just didn't want to cats amongst pigeons.
Is that what you call it when you go on stream? Your family's coming over?
What?
All right, I gotta call Tommy because he's asking me more questions about some other shit right now.
All right, take it easy.
Peace out, gamers. Good try.
Other call.
That was awkward. All right, well, that is.
You remember, this was a long time ago.
No, that's Sam Cedar.
When Elon Musk desperately...
It just rolled right through, chat. It just rolled right through to Sam Cedar. All right. I see you, Sam. You're in my algorithm. So I'm going to, I guess, give you the short version of this. So, I mean, like, we heard the conversation that was recorded, or at least what Sunday put up of that conversation. We heard Sunday and Beckett divulge to Nick that this was coming out the next day. And I've alluded to the fact that upon hearing Sunday's video, Nick felt compelled to expose Sunday a little bit, but to play some audio that Sunday had not put forward that makes him sound, that puts him in a very different light, very unflattering light. So he went ahead and did this. It's on his live stream. I don't think I can stand, like, no offense to Nick Deorio, but I don't think I'm gonna last through a Nick Deorio live stream. However, I did notice that the part that he puts out in the live stream, the part that he reacts to, the, you know, kind of
all I'm getting,
the centerpiece of his case against Sunday is up on one of his archive channels. So Do we have to do the thing where I play music over this just to make sure? I don't know how dodgy this is. This is from the Nicholas Deorio archive. Look, the archives are weird, chat. Sometimes the archives are, I mean, usually if it has somebody's name on it, then it is their archive. They are actively keeping up their material there, but sometimes not. Sometimes it's stuff that people don't want out. Wait, what if I put on Vampire Survivor music? There we go. I think that saves us, chat. We'll just listen to some Vampire Survivor while this goes off. And you're not missing much on screen. It's literally just Nick Deorio's avatar. So we'll stick with the Vampire Survivor.
All I'm getting from this is she's really not going to want this to be public.
It's both.
She wants to hurt Steven, but she doesn't want this to be known that she's done this and this is her.
Yeah.
And she desperately doesn't want her family to know. And if I cover it, there's a good chance they will find out.
Oh, 100%. Why do you think I haven't covered this at all? Like that's my principal issue.
Yeah, that's
here's the thing. Let's assume I was a psychopath, and I'm not. Okay, somebody.
Joker mode. Listen to what he says here.
Saying these things would be enough to deter me. Let's assume I was a psychopath. Let's assume I published this. Okay, well, something's changed. If Pixie actually does self-harm in some way, and God forbid actually succeed in killing herself, now this switches from Steven did something that triggered this to I did something that triggered this. Yep. That's not good. I don't want that. That's a bad situation to be in.
Yep.
Yeah. So there is a catch to this, which is if anything happens, God forbid, anything at all, and it doesn't even matter if it's because of this, if anything happens to Pixie in the foreseeable future,
it all drops.
Well, he will actually be destroyed then. That will be insurmountable.
That's the first thing you think of? That's gonna fuck up Destiny? Yeah, among other things.
Not destroyed. He'll have his channel. He'll have his audience. But there will be no
politics.
The media company dream will not be a thing. So
yeah, that would be awful. That would be an awful situation.
Now there's a flip side to this. There's a flip side to this, which is that you and all the other commentary blokes are in sort of a prisoner's dilemma right now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, if something does happen, one of you might be the first to say something. If one of you is the first to say something, they might say they felt pressured to not say anything because of everybody else in the group, or people might wonder, like, why were you the only person to do it? You knew about this, da-da-da-da. And under those circumstances, it would be very, very, very difficult to explain in exactly the same way. And I'm wondering about this with people like Josiah as well. Like, the time span of...
But, I mean, did you hear what he just said? Like, the way that he puts it is that, like, imagine being such a psychopath that you go ahead and release these. Like, we need to roll that back. Listen to that once again.
Which is that you and all the other commentary blokes are in sort of a prisoner's dilemma right now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, if something does happen, one of you...
Is this the leaked call? Well, Sunday leaked the call, but he apparently only showed part of it. And this is the part that Nick brought out. And apologies for the Vampire Survivor music chat, but I think that Nick played music over this segment. I don't know why, but I don't want to deal with any kind of copyright claims. I don't know who it would come from here, but...
might be the first to say something.
I'm just doing what the other YouTuber did.
one of you is the first to say something, they might say they felt pressure to not say anything because of everybody else in the group, or people might wonder, like, why were you the only person to do it? You knew about this, da-da-da-da. And under those circumstances, it would be very, very, very difficult to explain in exactly the same way. And I'm wondering about this with people like Josiah as well. Like, the time span of these things is not always predictable, and it would be so easy for something to blow up, or for another victim to come forward, or possibly new nudes to be leaked, because that's something else too. This is one person. I would be shocked if this is the only person he leaked these
It's
to.
the guy.
That would
The guy is literally the second person.
Yeah, but I'm not even thinking of the nudes that we have. I'm thinking of I'm thinking of other ones.
And again, what you really need is Melina, because Melina will concede how many fucking nudes she's seen. She's probably seen half the Twitch community's nudes. And she probably could testify that he sent this to other women.
Yeah, but
where does he say?
And it doesn't even matter if it's because of this. If anything happens to Pixie in the foreseeable future, to this, which is, if anything happens, is from Steven did something that triggered this, to I did something that triggered this. Yeah. That's not good. If Pixie actually does self-harm in some way, and God forbid actually succeed in killing herself, now this switches from Steven did something that triggered this, to I did something that triggered this.
Yeah. So now, this was in the DM. This was in the screenshots too. Pixie talked about this to Destiny in the DMs, and so the idea that this is a real possibility, you know, it's obviously on Sunday's mind here. I think his story is that he read something that made him think that this was a manipulative threat and not a real call for help from Pixie.
That's not good. I don't want that. That's a bad situation to be in.
Yep.
Yeah. So there is a catch to this, which is, if anything happens, God forbid, anything at all, and it doesn't even matter if it's because of this, if anything happens to Pixie in the foreseeable future,
it all drops.
Well, he will actually be destroyed then. That will be insurmountable. Not destroyed. He'll have his channel. He'll have his audience. But there will be no
politics.
The media company dream will not be a thing. So
yeah, that would be awful. That would be an awful situation.
Now there's a flip side to this. There's a flip side to this, which is that you and all the other commentary blokes are in sort of a prisoner's dilemma right now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, if something does happen, one of you might be the first to say something. If one of you is the first to say something, they might say they felt pressure to not say anything because of everybody else in the group, or people might wonder, like, why were you the only person to do it? You knew about this, da-da-da-da. And under those circumstances, it would be very, very, very difficult to explain in exactly the same way. And I'm wondering about this with people like Josiah as well. Like, the time span of these things is not always predictable, and it would be so easy for something to blow up, or for another victim to come forward, or possibly new nudes to be leaked, because that's something else too. This is one person.
Did I successfully pause it? Dan Saltman crash out about Hassan on stream today. Chef's kiss. On whose stream? Iron Fawns? On Destiny? Or it wouldn't be Destiny's. Wait, on whose stream?
I would be shocked if this is the only person he leaked these
It's
to.
the guy. The guy is literally the second person.
Yeah, but I'm not even thinking of the nudes that we have. I'm thinking of I'm thinking of other ones.
And again, what you really need is Melina, because Melina will concede how many fucking nudes she's seen. She's probably seen half the Twitch community's nudes. And she probably could testify that he sent this to other women.
Yeah, but the problem is Melina is selfish and stupid.
Except that she did talk about it already, and she wants to. She just needs the right incentive or the right situation. I do think that Melina would come through again if this was already public, but there's no way to make it public without catastrophe.
Oh, you're cutting out a little bit there.
Basically, if this was already public, I'm confident that she would say something. But again, we're back at the fucking problem again, right? Where now it's just like we have to keep our mouths shut, or there could be a myriad of fucking negative things that happen. This is like.
You know what you could do?
There's one solution that works here, and 100 that could potentially blow up, or even potentially harm her. What?
You know what I think you should do? Because here's what you don't want to do. Okay, the way I see it, there's two outcomes here for you that aren't disastrous. And by you I mean a whole bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
The details, excuse me, the details don't matter. All that matters is this. Somebody in a position of a high level of power compared to these people.
I've just exhausted all of those.
What you don't want.
Poly market bet that PS says in 5 minutes you're in the prisoner's time. Have you heard this?
Is for one of several things to happen, like Pixie harming herself, killing herself, coming out against Destiny prematurely, etc.
Oh no, are you serious? Dan Saltman did a solo anything else? Damn. We're gonna have to get to that tomorrow. I have promised my chat that I would cover not only this was bonus content from last Wednesday, I would also cover Rudyard, and since we hit the clip-on gecko, I mean, that would be so cool, Starman X. I should have a clip-on gecko. Or a gecko with butterfly wings. He said it twice. Thank you for the super chat. And yeah, we hit the goal for tonight too. So stay tuned after the stream for a very special late night premiere. Assuming people are still interested.
And for it to be the case that y'all knew, well, because with a lot of people behind you, like I think your concurrence have been like almost commensurate with Destiny's for the last little bit.
Twisting his ass a little bit.
I'm not super concerned that they find out that I've known. This is a thing where it's like, there are very justifiable reasons that I would give publicly as to why we didn't move forward with it that are comparable to reasons why I haven't discussed stuff in the past. I think my core audience, I think I'll get shit from weird communities.
Unless she kills herself.
I don't think so. I think that they would see that as me accelerating that process if I released it without her consent.
Oh, absolutely, and I would not advise you do that at all. I would not advise leaking any of this.
No, my position is that I need the victim's consent to move forward with something.
What I would advise,
I don't even have contact with her.
What I would advise, and you can even frame this as like a purely homosexual thing. This would be my advice personally. This is what I would do in your position. Is I would make a very, very, very vague statement.
I already
to
did.
the effect. You already did?
Somebody said Nick DGG's watching. I go, I don't know if they're gonna like what I have to say. So I would stand. I kind of feel a little bad for that, but whatever. I kind of. Yeah.
Well, I would make something a little bit more widely digestible and something simple to this effect. You don't have to do this, of course. Like I'm just saying, like in my mind, this is what would screen you as like, okay, Nick's okay.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no, chat.
What I'm getting from this is she's really not.
Look, we gotta get to Rudyard too, but holy shit, something happens after this, and... So yeah, I mean, the main takeaway is Sunday said, you know, if I was a psychopath, I would release this. He is very cognizant of the danger to Pixie. And yet, in some way, he completely... We're expected to believe that he completely changed his mind. And thought it appropriate to do. There's more to this in Nick's stream, I think. But again, what time is it? Oh shit, chat. No, we got to get to Rudyard. Oh my god, I hate rushing through everything. I'm sorry, chat. Play it at 1.25 speed. I think I need something stronger than Vampire Survivor to get through I mean, we're gonna have to, maybe we'll get to it tomorrow. If there's an interest in it tomorrow, I guess we can watch that. It would be a really strange thing to open up 2025 watching a Nicholas Deorio stream. I feel like I've listened to a bit of this. Anyway, regardless, chat, it was my choice to follow up on this because I just thought it was so shameless, like what Sunday is trying to get away with here. And I guess if you only see Sunday's video, you might be left with that impression that he's the good guy. Everybody else is covering for Destiny or too afraid, you know, for their own skin to do the right thing. And Sunday is this, you know, like knight in shining armor coming through. And I really don't. Who needs Thorazine now exactly? Yeah. Well, so anyway, chat, what else do we have? We have Rudyard. Oh, yeah, I might play Vampire Survivor through Rudyard, too. That could be based. If I can figure out what... Lynch Part 3? I'm trying to remember. Oh, no. There we go. Thank you. Oh, so good. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what he's starting off with. Wait, is that in, this is in the video. This is in the Rudyard video. So chat, just a little introduction for those of you who are not familiar yet with the exquisite pain that is What If Alt Hist. This is a truly strange YouTuber that makes truly strange and truly cursed videos. He will talk about books and theories and concepts and, well, stuff that he doesn't really understand, and he somehow weaves it together. He does the weave. He weaves it all together into some sort of a hour-long video essay, and his fans, like, eat it up. He's got, I don't know, 200,000, 300,000. He's not a small YouTuber. He's, you know, fairly large, and yet to a lot of people, to most people probably who watch him, he is, you know, he's not the teller of the joke, he's the butt of the joke. And we've watched, there was 10 hours of this man's life story that he released. He at some point decided, I'm gonna release a 10-hour explanation of why I am the way I am, and it is wild. Luckily for us, I believe Westside Tyler's editor, Osu, has edited this down to probably slightly less than half the size that it started out with. We have watched parts 1 and part 2. Now I present you, my dear chatters, I present you part 3 of Rudyard's crazy trip, Osu edit. Let's go.
Sex is the reward for life, not life itself. Sex is simultaneously very important and unimportant at the exact
What do you think, chat?
time. It's how life perpetuates itself, how you...
I almost think, oh god.
From one gen...
See, I want to just put Vampire Survivor over him, but I also think, no, I gotta play it. I gotta play it like this. You gotta see his face. You gotta see his reaction. That's what we gotta do.
To another. But at the same time, you can't glorify sex, or you shouldn't glorify sex, but you should glorify God instead.
So sex is a reward, but you shouldn't glorify sex. You should glorify God. And you should write down the names of all the girls that you pleasure yourself to and give them to Odin, and then you will be healed.
Sex is a mirror to life itself, in that men who are great and incredible are able to dominate the material world, so much so that children or new things can come out of it.
What?
Odin said that the way you should live your life is as if you were put naked in a bed with a cute other naked redhead. If you were put there, you would have fun with her, right? And Odin said, this is how you should perceive life. Puts you in a place so that you can enjoy life. It's the culture's response.
This is worse than Peterson, right? Peterson wants government-mandated troudwives. I feel like Rudyard wants divine-mandated troudwives with red hair.
Ability to do this. And the culture gives you the foundations on how to live a happy life, whether tradition or religion or social institutions or a church. You know what I mean. And the reason you're miserable is not you, the viewer's fault. Instead, it's your society's fault.
It's my fault for making these videos. No, just kidding.
The reason your people don't have the will to live is that your society hit a really difficult level of the game. The era when a species first attains godlike power, but lacks the wisdom to use it properly. So the gods are really, really happy we did this, and they're really, really sorry and have more empathy.
Wait. That we did... I'm not sure what he's talking about. The gods are really happy that we did this. I'm sure he's not talking about this video series.
Than you could ever understand.
Tyler has a pretty good theory on Odin just being a real dude. Fucking with oh god. Oh, I never thought of that. What if there is? Yeah.
For our condition. They see us as teenagers now. We have to learn to grow and find our own way in the world. And the way I perceive this,
what if he's a What If Alt Hiss viewer? What if he's an obsessive fan and he found him out talking to himself and then he just like, what's up? I'm Odin. Let me give you some advice. Write down the names of the girls that you'd like to...
Is that they say that they find us to be completely...
Gonna dress up like Review Bra eating a Crunchwrap Supreme. Oh, it is Aunt's funeral. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh my god, chat. Do you know about funeral food? Anybody in chat know about funeral food? Like, this is a real thing. When you are the aggrieved, right? When it's somebody close to you that passes, at least in my family, everybody brings them food. A gross amount of food. And somehow, it's like... What's this guy's name? Who is he? This is Rudyard... Rudyard... Wait, what's his last name? Do we know his last name? Rudyard the Studyard. Yeah. Rudyard the Sicilian Griller. Odin was Jordan Peterson the whole time. Mind blown. Mind destroyed. 100% destroyed.
Pathetic and disgusting. Our men are weak and our women have become...
Oh no, I caught you. Mark Gold has just confessed. Mark Gold, we have a confession. It was you all the time.
And they said, though, that's not our fault.
Rudyard Lynch, I can never remember because it's like unbelievable. His name's, it's like racist face or something. You know what I mean? It's like racist author, racist.
Because the stage
act
requires an incredibly fast social...
Oh no, he's hitting the... What's he doing? What's he doing there? What's he doing?
Build up and release of tension. And the Europeans did that, and that wasn't foreseen in advance that the Europeans made that breakthrough, but they did.
Sir Rudyard Coombe.
And then you had the Industrial Revolution, science, the discovery of the world, the Reformation, all in the last 500 years. So incredibly rapid change, and they're really proud of us because we hit so many developmental levels so quickly. But all things must come to an end. And in the 20th century, when our population was rising really high, our society had to have an off switch because the natural world demands off switches, and industrial civilization increased us so fast that the natural order needed to have an off switch for our own safety because we were advancing so rapidly technologically that we were going to get...
Oh shit, I didn't even get that. This is David Lynch's illegitimate son? Oh no.
Some ridiculous technology or another. What we're currently seeing with wokeness and population collapse is one of the nicest scenarios for an off switch. And they said they're proud we reached this point. Because
wait, wokeness is an off switch? He's saying wait, wokeness stops people from having kids?
Society is facing mouse utopia and population decline. It means
it's mouse utopia. Yeah, this is a video of his that he's especially proud of. He always refers to it. He's referring to a specific experiment whose conclusions I think he vastly misinterprets, but that's just Rudyard doing the Rudyard thing. He's always going to talk about, like, it's like the Costco guys. You know what I'm saying? Of course they're going to eat the chicken bake. Of course they're going to eat the double chunk chocolate cookie. And he is a Rudyard guy, so of course he's going to reference the Mouse Utopia video. Boom, Mouse Utopia gets a boom. Okay, chat, I'll stop.
Nothing else has killed you. We haven't had a genetically engineered plague. We haven't had a nuclear war. We haven't had World War III.
Yeah.
We haven't had supply chain issues. We haven't run out of oil.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely not talking about a worldwide population. Yeah, what does he mean by population? Which population is he concerned about? One wonders.
So the spirits want to pause and thank us for how proud they are of us that we've made it this far. And they said, this population collapse or dying from wealth is the coolest way to die. So they're really proud of us because they said, quote, a society has to die. A civilization has to die. It is better to die rich than to die poor. In the West, we're not going to die. We're not going to die because of this video. I apologize for bragging, but we got this far. I need to let off some steam. So the West's not going to die, but the women are the intuitive connection to the environment, and men are the cultural programming. Women are eternal across every society, and they respond to stimuli. The men are culturally programmed by that given society for its civilizational goals. For example, the father's role is to imprint how the left hemisphere, or how you relate to power and money and authority and responsibility. Men imprint that. The father imprints it on a child. The mother imprints your subconscious reactions to your environment. So your mother loves you, hopefully. Mine didn't. So your mother loves you. She tells you. She tells you that you shouldn't worry too much. She hugs you when you're scared because your mother's imprinting your subconscious assumptions and your father is imprinting your conscious assumptions. And so what happened is that there was such a huge evolutionary mismatch between the environment we evolved for and the environment we live in that women through feminism rebelled against the system because they weren't getting what they needed from a natural, healthy environment.
This is a second YouTuber I've heard in as many days talk about this idea of feminism as being essentially. So you remember that graph that we always talk about? Okay, we talk about the main one, right? The one where you look back to 1970, you've got two lines. One of them represents productivity, how much value you are earning your employer, right? That's productivity. And then you've got your real wage, inflation adjusted. Like, how much are you getting paid? Are you got enough to buy the double chunk chocolate cookie? You got enough to buy the chicken bake, right? That's, so unfortunately, no, we don't, because the pay has been flat, but the productivity keeps on going up. But I saw somebody the other day take that same graph and use it to show. And when he looks at, like, okay, see how the productivity's gone up, but the pay's gotten down. 1971, that was women entering the workforce. Women entered the workforce, and they took our money. Literally concluding that, literally looking at that graph and being like, yeah, goddamn feminism, goddamn feminism. It's fucking wild. It's fucking. I think that graph is the implications of that graph are pretty clear, right? You are not even getting the shitty deal that you got in the past from capitalism, right? Your pay rate is now unpegged to the amount of work you're doing, really, right? It's not, you're doing more work, getting paid the same. But no, these assholes look at that and they're like, if we could just get women to back in the kitchen, this would be good again.
Environment. And so this is
Shakespeare, you arrived just in time for Rudyard.
Why feminism crashed the birth rate so much, because women are taking orders from Mother Nature that we are in such an evolutionary mismatch they're not going to have children. The way we have to have kids is to fix the evolutionary mismatch and live in an environment closer to our ancestors. And what we are seeing now is, and the reason that our society fell apart, is that we entered an evolutionary system where there was no previous social traditions that allowed the ability to process an urban industrial civilization. So we gave our power to the bureaucracy to manage our interactions in an urban society because that's what we had to do. It was necessary with 20th century technology. And the spirits say we don't judge you for that because it was necessary under the
yeah, that's right. Women didn't work until 1971, apparently.
Incentives of the situation. We will judge you if you don't improve and change from that. So the bureaucracy, which gained power due to having an urban society,
I gotta say, for such a great microphone, his audio is trash. His audio is embarrassing. I don't think we can blame Osu for this. This is Rudyard. What? He's got the same microphone as I do. Why does he sound like this?
Society where you can't operate on an interpersonal level, made an alliance with women to basically predate off men.
Jay Stalk is screaming at Nick Deorio. Look, again, Chad, I also apologize because I'm kind of like later with the like that stuff that I showed you has been out for a while, right? The Sunday and Nick Deorio thing. I just like had been offline so much, didn't have a chance to get it to. I would have showed it to you as bonus content for last time, but again, I got knocked off the internet by my, well, I guess it wasn't the ISP. I guess it was my modem. My modem turned out to be what was sus.
And this is the current.
That's not static from the mic. It's excess saliva.
System, and I'm calling your bluff. Our entire social structure is a system so the bureaucracy can work with feminists to predate off men so the society stops breeding. You ended up in twisted, perverse incentives where the bureaucracy was resentful of the culture because they can only see the world through money.
An alliance with women? Yeah, what's the alliance to do? Go back in the kitchen? That's your part in the alliance. Get back in the kitchen, get barefoot, birth those kids.
So they see the culture as stopping them from getting money and power, but they don't realize they are servants to the culture. The culture is the boss. They are the ones who are there to help it. Your society isn't your present society. It's not the people alive now. It's a contiguous line from your ancestors to your descendants. So
that is not just his voice. There's something really, this is worse audio than Bad Empanada.
This is why I'm intervening in the game, because
this is worse audio than Riley Grace Rochong.
Both your ancestors and your descendants are calling you out for your bullshit now. You guys are fucking crazy. I was sent to you by your bloodline, which is why I work for Odin, since he is the genetic.
What does he pay you in?
King of my people,
runes?
The Britons.
Odin is the genetic king of the Britons. Is that your final answer? Is that your final answer, Mr. Rudyard?
Since we can sense your blood, we know what your genetic wiring is. We know what you...
Yo, Mackenzie, thank you for the super sticker.
Your ancestors are really trying to help you here, and I am their gift. It's hilarious. I was summoned by them in the same way we are all summoned by higher forms. We, as individuals, were all spawned by higher forms like gods, spirits, nations, peoples, social classes, regions, and family lines.
And the double chunk chocolate cookie, of course.
This was obvious for all of human history until the present. And your life is not super important. Your life is an extension of your broader lives. And I am an individualist. I'm an individualist till the day I die. I stand for freedom and individualism. So I'm not like a friggin' commie or a friggin' Nazi who's going to tell you to submit to the state. The state's lame. I will tell you, and I will shame you until you submit to your own duty. Because I don't believe in the state telling you what to do. I believe in men having honor and doing it themselves. Is it a coincidence that
Yeah, that's what we need. Is voluntary taxes. Yeah.
Ethnic map of the British.
Be a man. That's what we should do. We should have like a tax box where you put your taxes in if you want to, and it says "be a man" on it, and it shows like a big Chad that pays Chad pays his taxes. Do you?
British Isles that my family passed down to me from the.
You got that taxpayer chin. You know what I'm saying?
19th century. Is it also a coincidence that my speciality is anthropology and history, given I'm working for the biosphere? Odin would like some gratitude for the West in the British Empire.
Wait. Was this true? Odin's human children give birth to a child through incest? Oh yeah, there's a lot of that with gods, right?
As we'll discuss later, modern science and the mechanical wizardry the West was made, that the West used to take over the world, was made by the worshippers of Hermes Trismegistus. So,
we're back to, I forgot about Hermes Trismegistus and the chicken bake.
We can't overstate that Rudyard isn't special. This may sound...
Hermes Trismegistus gets 5 big booms. Boom! I can't do it, chat.
Ridiculous, but these games aren't predetermined. Rudyard just happened to win the game this time. Keep in mind, gods make thousands of bets.
I think Irene actually won the game this time.
And nations produce...
And he's the prize. No, oh my god, chat. No. No.
Work, and then we backwards rationalize which ones were successful as being ordained. But there's a lot of ordainment going on, and most of it fails. Keep in mind the universe works on a...
Yeah, that happened to me too. I tried to ordain someone the other day, and I just couldn't get I couldn't invest the power in them somehow.
Ballistic level. And so for every person who works, 100 fail.
You're like, ordained. And they're like, and you're like, do you feel ordained yet? And they're like, no, I don't feel anything special. And like, let me try again. Ordained. You have to ordain them really hard.
And since Rudyard won, we are going to backwards rationalize why, but there are loads of timelines where Germans, Chinese, French, Russians, or Arabs win the game, and they have a handsome, young, smart man who then...
So he's here because of white supremacy? That's what I'm getting from this guy. Did he just literally say that? He's like, Western civilization has won the game, and that's why I'm here.
Explains this video to their audiences.
We all lost the game.
To say why they won. You mortals really overthink everything. Rudyard's just...
Yeah, exactly, Mackenzie, exactly.
The story is true. He's just a...
Oh, wait, why is this not popping up?
We assessed Rudyard as able to do this.
There.
He begged for his own suffering to end as a child.
What is he doing? This just makes him laugh. This is his idea of a funny joke, right?
He had a unique mix of genetics, personal...
Oh, and back to talking about yourself in the third person. So good, so good.
There's cultural background and knowledge. After Rudyard made the deal, we went back in time to make sure all the details fit together. Remember, God controls time. We can do that when we want to. Treat Rudyard as Rudyard. Don't think too much about this. Rudyard doesn't want to hurt you. He's just been shoved...
Rudyard doesn't want to hurt you. He just wants to keep you in this tool shed. You live here now.
Something so enormous, he needs to share it with you to not go crazy. Rudyard did the fucking work.
Is he talking about his thing?
That's it. His genetics are a little better than you, but look at most of the people in his family. He's...
Yeah, you're right. I don't have the epigenetic marker for mercury poison.
Nothing like most of them. They're mostly middle class and obscure, so genetics can't be everything. His blood helped, but Rudyard did the work.
His blood. It's really good blood. Ask the vampire. Does he have a Yelp review from Dracula? To be like, yes, his blood is actually quite good. I will attest. 4 stars. I give it 5 big booms. Boom. Boom. Okay, no.
Not a god.
Nope.
He's just a smart boy who read 900 books, hiked the Appalachian Trail, made a political faction since he...
You know what? His self-description, chat. Have you ever heard of Empress Teresa? One in chat. If you've heard about Empress Teresa. This is a self-published book about the, I guess, what would you call Empress Teresa? Like the ultimate Mary Sue? The whole story is written like Empress Teresa was smarter than anyone who'd ever been to her school. The president came to her third grade class just to witness how smart Teresa was, and like the whole thing is just like, let's glaze Teresa, okay? She's like, and then I think he did his own art too. It's something, chat. This is like Empress Teresa, like the way that like the author of that book talks about Teresa is the way that Rudyard is talking about himself.
He realized he could. This boy loves you more than he could ever possibly say in his word.
And yeah, chat, I swear to God, it goes on, and it's like, and then Teresa got on a nuclear submarine where the government spies tried to kill her because they were like, you're just too cool, Teresa. But Teresa knew that there was a way to get out of the submarine. If she waited until it got to 500 knots, it would automatically shoot her up out of the water. And like, she's so fucking smart, you know. There's the government is coming to get her, and she's gonna, I don't know, chat. It's like, it's the wildest it's probably something that you shouldn't actually read.
We call him a boy since he's fucking 23. Do you really understand what that means? This boy's nearly a teenager. He's nearly killed himself multiple times since he loves.
They banned the search on YouTube, Rosie?
Loves you so much. He wanted to save his people. You treated him like fucking garbage for his whole life. That's just unforgivable. To be more accurate, Rudyard's mom made the bet. The details of his mother don't really make sense until you integrate this detail. She's clearly an incredibly sentient and intelligent person who made the decision to do something so stunningly.
Can we just give these weird incels an island to isolate themselves on? Yeah, I mean, we could just leave them with some chicken bakes, some double chunk chocolate cookies. I think they'd be okay.
Evil and demonic. It's hard to believe. My dad told me something a few days ago that really hit me like a bullet.
Like a boom? No.
When he was visiting me in Texas.
Why?
Where he said my mom would wander through old cemeteries in the greater Philly area and look for people who died in the colonial, Revolutionary War, Civil War era and liberate their souls from torture so they could move on to the afterlife. My mom would tell me growing up that she would speak to ancestor spirits, and lots of the analysis I'm feeding you now is stuff I got from my mom as a kid. My mom's story makes more sense. Why she sent me to tango, ride horses, taught me philosophy, and about—
Oh, wait, I don't remember that he learned tango?
Or mythology. My mom made—
Is tango, what is it, is it from Argentina?
This deal for me, and I was forced through the horror to accept the deal. Although, I could have just died. My only choice besides dying was accepting the deal past a certain threshold of suffering. I think when my mom was brain dead for 2 days, God or the devil, and I think both at the same time.
Both at the same— oh no, what did God and the devil do to your mom? At the same time?
Told my mom that she could—
that she could have the chicken bake or the double chunk chocolate cookie.
Either die or accept the deal to live. She surrendered her soul to a demon, and the rest happened from there.
Was it—
My family's apparently symbolic for modern civilization. The spirits wanted to help us since they could see our suffering. They can see into our souls, and they could tell our society is deeply miserable. They say that when you look at your society, you are looking at Rudyard. We hate to be this blunt, but communism is as evil as Rudyard's mother. The boomers will be remembered for—
Communism is like my mom, says Rudyard.
Thousands of years after this.
Is your mom a boomer, though? I feel like that's not—
As a generation that nearly killed—
Wait, boomers, what, that means you're like a 60s hippie, right? Or are there like younger boomers?
Civilization, comparably to how you think about the bad places in the Bible, like Sodom and Gomorrah. What they said—
I mean, technically—
is that when you look at Rudyard and you see the admiration that you see for Rudyard, this is what we see about you as Western civilization. Sister suffers totalitarianism, and that she is a Maoist pushing for social suicide who doesn't—
Oh yeah, the Maoist sister, I forgot.
To have her own children or continue her society. This is comparable to the waves of totalitarianism.
Oh, totally. Your sister is a totalitarian. That's correct.
Washed over the modern world, stretching from the French Revolution. There's a detail
stretching from the French Revolution, that's where the totalitarianism started. Before then, everything was peachy fucking keen. Up until the French Revolution, that's where the—
Got to mention here. Odin tells me I killed a god. I'll tell you how in the next few minutes. You see, leftism and modernity were some of your attempts to do that. You see, for the last few centuries, your entire civilization has been trying with all its intellectual might to create a psychic shield against any other spiritual forces. This goes by many names, but I'm going to call it secularism here. The reason your ancestors could see dryads, gods, and demons in their daily life, and you can't, is that your society has created an enormous psychic wall against all spiritual influence. This was what your priest class, or scientists and professors, have been doing for centuries, since their self-interest is to deny every other form of magic except theirs. Magic is the ability to turn a symbol into change in the material world. It obviously exists. Examples of magic are coding, the scientific method, electricity, medicine.
The scientific method? Why are you comparing? Oh my god, chat. If you compare the scientific method to coding, you really don't understand what that method is for. That method is for inquiring. When you code something, you are bringing it into being. The fact that he associates those things shows how distorted his thinking is.
Religion, culture, writing, the nation, and philosophy are all different kinds of magic. What your society did was saying that magic that worked is called science.
Like no, science does not bring, you don't create global warming by doing studies that suggest that it's occurring, all right? It's there. You do studies, you find out that it's there. That's...
And magic that didn't work is magic, thus magic isn't real by definition.
Well, then they got all into turning things into gold, and, you know, it just got,
It's so hilarious that the society
got kind of ridiculous from there.
With by far the most powerful magic ever, doesn't even believe in magic. It's truly a divine irony which is wrought into the human condition through the nature of consciousness itself. Your society made a really, really stupid categorical error that's completely unforgivable, which you made to rationalize your own laziness and stupidity. Look, if God tells you he's real and he's saying smart stuff, you should just assume he's real. If you go to the spirit world and talk to God, God says some facts.
Yeah, Woody, he's blaming his mom. You know, it's all his mom.
God. We really, really find this unforgivable in the spirit world. What you did is not cool, but this is also a failing of your society's priest class, not you, because your priest class was hijacked by the bureaucracy. The elite sees you as cattle, and even worse, factory farmed cattle. You get shoved into your pod, you don't get to breed except for those they can artificially inseminate, where animals, they have a single chad that impregnates all.
Oh no! This is like the thing that haunts the incel consciousness, right? It's called is this hypergamy? It's the idea that women want to have sex with somebody that's better than them. And by better, he literally means like, are you a 10? Are you a 9? Are you an 8? Are you a 7, right? In his ideal world, all the 10s would get with 10s, all the 9s would get with 9s, etc., etc., etc. But what he's saying happens is that, like, the top 60% of women exclusively have sex with the top, is it 20% or 10%? I don't know. It's a low number at the very top, and those are the chads. And so this is you'll hear this refrain over and over again from the incels, that they are beset by the fact that, you know, I don't know what, by that, like 80% of them are incapable of ever having sex. And it's just not true. Or like, are being desired for.
The single stallion will impregnate 20 mares, and then the other males will be castrated, called geldings. This is what your society is doing right now.
Castrate? Oh, he's about to castrate something with his sword.
Stand so that men won't be cattle. A man cannot be treated as a cow, and for that to happen is a mortal sin. Although I do not support violence.
He keeps on doing this thing, like pulling out a sword.
I will die for this cause. We don't need to have violence because our enemies are so innately weak and lame that they will crumble under the pressure of others realizing their lies. You have a life, and you have my life for this cause, where I will die for this. I stand so that other men can stand. I have suffered to tell you that you are not weak. You don't need the managers. If I can be strong, so can you.
You don't need the managers until you decide to go yell at the managers.
I have set you free. You no longer need a master, and you are a free man. Another thing, how you treat animals in the forest is unforgivable. Keep in mind how you treat others is reflected in yourself.
Wait, how you treat animals in the forest? What is bro talking about? What is bro talking about? Is this a metaphor? What are his viewers treating animals? Are his viewers out in the forest? What is going on?
You put animals into factory farming, you were creating a society that would eventually try to do the same to its own people.
Is he a vegan? Is he gonna do, like, what is he gonna, he doesn't like factory farming. What is he gonna do about it?
As the animal lord, I'm going to call myself the deer lord, but this is a pretty cute beaver. I stand for the other deer of the...
I mean, it would be, I don't know. No, actually, Chad, it's a scary, I gotta say it. It's a scary stuffed animal. Some stuffed animals are scary. That one is scary.
Forest. We do not honor the forest, and thus we rape the land constantly. The forest and the animals would like some respect. You really should ban factory farming, and you should eat meat, but... you should make sure the animals live happy lives.
Oh no, I guess we're gonna eat the grass-free meat. We wouldn't want to be an imposition on your life, Rudyard.
Loved. The animals in the forest love you so much. Why don't you love them back? Look at the cute beaver. Do you want to hurt the cute beaver? Your ancestors have been so mean to the beavers. You killed them. You wiped out all the beavers in North America.
Wait, this elites think you are cattle is like a trope. It's like a trope thing.
You should help, or the beavers have kind of survived. I saw some beavers in Pennsylvania, but the beavers used to be nice.
Like, I like the idea of stuffed like a, beaver plush. Like, that's great.
Extinct.
The idea.
Beavers reproduce. The beavers build beautiful dams. Thank you, Mr. Beaver.
Kind of looks like an otter, doesn't it? It's a very slim beaver. I'll say that, Chad. It's a very streamlined beaver.
So here's a lesson for you. Those who believe in a soul which relates to God can be your friends. Do
you think that, yeah, he kind of is a beaver?
Those who purely believe that human relationships boil down to money and power cannot be trusted, since they don't have any moral axioms to hold them against. You can't hold them to their deal because they don't believe in any moral code. And humans all emit vibrations without even thinking. This is kind of obvious.
Peterson's got lobsters, Rudyard's got beavers.
People have psychic states which they emit onto others. You are partly a composite of all of the psychic states of everyone around you. Los Angeles...
yeah, I mean, I feel like I could deal with more beaver content in general.
...emits a very different aura from Austin, and if you live in either city for long enough, the aura will rub off on you. In the same way Gandhi or Hitler were people where their leadership very clearly guided their nation in different directions. A demon is a person whose ruling personality points psychic energy downwards.
What?
Examples of demonic plague in history are the French Revolution, Nazism, and Stalinism. I don't know how to say this politely, but you guys kind of let demons take over everything. This is why your society is falling apart and you're trying to commit civilizational suicide. You lost the ability to assess others for demonic possession.
It's a good skill to have, to be an inquisitor. No. No, Rudyard. No. This guy, I swear to God, you don't moral panic enough. Humanity. Could we have more moral panics? Can we make more people into folk devils?
And so...
Can we put more people into danger? This is... You don't investigate each other over accusations that you are possibly demons.
You're just...
Now I'm imagining like a Chris Hansen being like talking to...
Society's falling apart now. The left draws their magic from expertise. What that means is the left uses their magic or their ability to control an entire world and its destiny. Because keep in mind, left has taken over almost every part of the world at this point. Whether Asia, Europe, America, South America, Africa, Australia. And this worked given the technocratic jobs that experts work in result in addiction to the exercise of power, because the people involved are forced to be ants in the industrial anthill in the bureaucratic machine, and thus out of resentment they fantasize out being a god, capable of reworking the world in their image. And the underlying issue behind the left, as the Unabomber said, is industrial over-socialization, where because we're cut off from our innate communities in the countryside, we are forced to surrender so much of our human character in order to cooperate in the vast interconnected system of industrial civilization. And the left's bluff is that they got all the wise men of supposed wise men of our society to agree to them because they have the expertise. And they were able to do that because they were able to make a system where you had to go through their priest training system called the university in order to speak on an issue. But it's clear the university system's completely broken and they're pushing really evil stuff.
Wait, is he quoting the Unabomber?
Heroic by calling the left's bluff. He investigated each of the Warrens of expertise the left based their power on.
Oh, wait, Warrens. Did he talk about the Warrens last time? Did we get into Warrens? I feel like I've heard this somewhere. I've heard somebody talking about Warrens.
Human nature, philosophy, history, genetics, religion, physics, and many other fields. What Rudyard found in each field is that the left's narrative was just completely incorrect. He made a triangle which was capable of capturing every single leftist point.
What? Oh my god, what is the triangle of leftism?
This triangle is that people are not equal. The world is alive. You don't control reality. This triangle invalidates every single point in the left. It's all pretty easy to explain, since the leftist order is controlled by the idea that humans are malleable blank slates, which the state should...
Oh god, he always likes to talk about this too, this tabula...
socially engineer to perfection.
Rasa.
However, these 3 points disprove every single thing the left says. From all the science we have in the historic record, reality is clearly an interactive system.
Surprised he doesn't have a shrine to Elliot Rodgers? I mean, maybe that's what he's sitting in front of.
Where social engineering doesn't work, because the act of forcing others...
Wait, isn't there like a triangle in like one of the Superman movies? Do they like keep people in a weird little flat triangle prison or something?
Power, in turn, shuts down how the system works. This is why communism fails. As we look at the edges of science, we find that in every single field above, especially so biology, psychology, physics, and politics, social engineering fails, and the attempt to measure the universe completely fails, because in every single field, you are butting up against a chaos that you can't understand, and that chaos exists.
It's a dragon. It's a dragon of chaos.
Because there is free will. Because both we as humans and God has free will. So the universe is not predestined, because the universe is the accreation of an infinite amount of choices made in individual time, which is why you can't predict the future, because the choices that determine the future...
Wait, is he a Volcel?
...future haven't been made yet. By interacting with the system, you change the system. The left use all the world as dead phenomena, like a car they can rip apart and re-engineer, while the universe is alive. At the bottom of leftist philosophy...
Roger's basilisk, that's awesome.
...philosophy is the idea of social constructionism, or that if you can seize control of the government, you can engineer life to be anything you want. In high school, they said we could use social engineering to make women as good basketball players as men, and trans or importing immigrants from different societies and not telling them or explaining how to assimilate are all examples of this. We all...
What? What did bro just say? He announced himself as... Oh, he said he's a Volcel? I guess that's one way to cope.
This is insane. This is the bottom of the left's philosophy. I'm calling you out.
Calling you out. Wait, why is this not... There we go. He is living in the Mage the Ascension tabletop RPG. He is trying to fight the technocracy.
That's all a lie, and we all know it's a lie. The left is a loop where they're correct by definition. In said loop, they start with incorrect premises, and then they are correct from the definition they started from. They constantly change the definition so you don't notice the game they're playing. This then leads to tyranny. I challenge the left's bluff. I want any leftist who is willing to debate me to prove me wrong. Prove me wrong why I just didn't kill your god. None of you can beat me since you're just—
Oh, is this the god you killed? The leftist god? And how do you know I killed your god? Because the schizophrenic racist is talking. Listen and learn. That's...
Every single underlying premise in your world is incorrect. I killed your false god, and none of you can stop me because—
You have a t-shirt in front of your face, sir. If you want to make such a definitive claim, maybe be looking at the camera. Oh, at least you owe us that.
He never really lived. I already won. The more you wriggle against my triangle, the more the triangle brings you in and it crashes.
It is like the Superman triangle.
Because the more you fight against me, the more everyone else realize you're liars. Right?
Yeah, definitely fighting against this guy is, you're gonna lose in the eyes of the world.
Rudyard made a list of 12 demonstratively false assumptions implicit in leftism. This is just to hammer home—
And no one's ever disputed it.
The point like EMDR, because we need to reprogram how
EMDR
you process consciousness.
He's talking about the eye movement thing? Yeah?
These assumptions. And so here are the changes I made. 1, we determine reality. Change 2, we submit to reality.
Wait. He's got this list of 12 things that leftists can't deal with or whatever, can't dispute. And he's like changing them. He's taking this time to add do a little editing.
Nothing is ever enough. To everything is just what it is. 3, the world is dead. Change 2, the world is alive. 4, we are all soulless blank slates. Change 2, we have all unique souls. 5, everyone is equal. to some people.
He needs a script editor. Well, he should get Asmongold's editors, right? They're the editors that tell Asmongold what to do.
Are innately better than others. 6, the downtrodden are good. 2, morality and success are completely different axes. 7, progress is innate. To we make progress happen. 8, everything is material. To accept natural law. 9, there are easy answers to life. 2, life is innately mysterious. 10, life has no meaning. 2, we die without meaning. 11, we are rationally disconnected from the world. Change to our mind.
Wait, is that like a natural therapy or something? Taking a bath in a bathtub of onions? Raw onion? That sounds like something that like Peterson would do. It's like, I take a bath in raw onions and ice.
Are molded by our surroundings. 12, self-loathing is a virtue. 2, self-loathing is as bad as hubris. Watch the video I'm about to release called Shatter the Glass.
We can't if you're about to release it. It's like
covers each of these in greater depth.
We're gonna clap. This is the clap now. Are you proud of us for getting through this much of it? What is the clap about?
I killed your god.
Oh, okay. Well, you better clap then. You might as well clap.
I killed your god because he never really existed. You made your society run under a false god since you were too weak to talk to a real one. The only thing powering—
But I talked to a real one.
Your god was social—
I talked to Odin.
Approval. Now I called your bluff. I killed the social approval. Now that your bluff is called, your position—
Do you really need to have the shirt in front of your face in order to say these things? I feel like, if you really believed them, you wouldn't need to put a shirt.
Are completely indefensible. You can't be a leftist anymore. God tells me I already won. I won because I said so. I'm not sure I'm completely correct, but I am completely sure that you are incorrect to the highest degree. You can't ignore this. I won. You know that already. I can see reality in more dimensions than you can. I have completely surrounded your position. Every single move you make from this point as the modernist materialist left makes you weaker. Every single move you make from this point on hurts you more. Enjoy your last moments as a religion. I killed the god my mother served. The left is so—
Yeah, it would be hard to dispute any of this materialist analysis. That's
stupid since they worship entropy. I read Avola's book on Hermeticism about a year ago. He forced me to download all the Hermetic symbolism. I just thought it was a cool book, and I had no idea what 2/3 of the symbols meant. I thought this is kind of weird. I don't really know what this is about. And a year later, after I finished the book, the Hermetic alchemical symbolism is all I think about.
Man sees reality in 60, yeah, and he plays Minecraft in 70.
This took over my fucking mind. When I'm stoned at my house, I think of the innate symbolism of water.
Wait, the shirt is Osu? I'm pretty sure.
Or the prima materia.
Oh, Osu added the shirt? Oh, geez, I thought, seriously? Wait a minute. This whole time I thought this was Rudyard's editing. Did Rudyard not edit anything into that? Is it all Osu? Has this been all Osu the whole time? I really was under the impression the man was talking to me through a shirt.
Or the 7 gates. Go fuck yourself, Avola. I never asked for this. I know that you knew what you were doing at the time. Apparently, I have an innate genetic connection for this.
Is he calling out Evola?
Because certain subparts of the population have, the first time I beat my mother when I was 10.
At checkers?
She stopped raping me forever.
No, not at checkers.
The detail about my dad having mercury poisoning freaks me out, since Mercury is the Latin form of the god Hermes, which is the same god as Odin. The metal mercury is how he transmits his presence. I used to keep a list of all the stuff in the Evola book that just applied to my life. Then I captured a circle in a triangle, which you can see with the symbol.
Oh, of course, like that circle in the triangle, like the eye on top of the Illuminati pyramid.
On the US dollar. Our founding fathers were really in tune with this stuff, and they
put some crazy shit on that dollar bill.
America off this symbolism.
You ever look at a dollar bill on weed?
Because the European upper classes were in tune with this stuff in the medieval and the early modern periods. The final segment of this video will be explaining how Hermes has already been playing in Western politics and world politics forever. You just haven't realized it yet. So I captured the left circle in my triangle, which is symbolic for the right and the left hemisphere.
You know, I feel like it'd work better to capture a triangle in a circle. I don't know.
The left hemisphere has to serve the right hemisphere. I also lit up the tree, which I'm going to explain at the end. When I did all of this...
Like a Christmas tree?
Odin said, "Do you have any idea what you just did, mortal? You killed a god. You have no idea what that even means. You just changed the course of history single-handedly, Rudyard."
Did you give the god mercury poisoning with sperm?
What you did is just the spiritual equivalent of Alexander the Great.
Was it destiny?
Conquest of the Persian Empire. You just
the spiritual equivalent of Alexander the Great's conquest. Oh my god.
Blocked your civilization from psychic energy. Rudyard, who the fuck are you? You are the first mortal I know of who did this. That really, really means something. I can't overstate that. You know, Rudyard, I keep running the simulation until cool stuff happens, which is my motivational system. But what you did is so ridiculous, I need to stop the game to show the public. What this young man did is so innately incredible, I am literally stopping the game to force you to watch it. I had frankly given up on your society. You were too lazy and stupid. Every empire falls. It's not personal. However, what this young man did was so deranged, I am going to intervene in the most direct way possible. This young man has saved you, and you don't even realize it yet. You are the god killer, Rudyard. This young man cut out
his dad ate all the tuna
that was blocking you from the spirit world. You can all access the spirit world now in a way.
What if his following can, though? What if we're wrong? What if he's right? Killed the god. They can all access the spirit world. They're all like, whoa, cool, we're accessing the spirit world. And they're playing 60 chess against our 0D checkers. Is he giving Great White Savior? Yeah, I mean, he's giving a lot of stuff.
Manner comparable to your ancestors. God's not dead. I can't overstate that.
There's a movie about how that's true, that God's not dead.
Calling him. You can call God now. Do you know what that means? If you're ever worried about something in your world, you can just ask God. The left was holding back your progress while claiming to do the opposite in their classic fashion, given that they are cut off from access to... Oh yeah, the left was holding back progress while claiming...
Access to tuna sandwiches? Because your dad ate them all? There's no more tuna left?
To do the opposite in their classic fashion, given that they cut off your access to the divine, so they were the only ones who could practice any kind of magic. To be fair, the left is so advanced at setting these hyper-complex psychic traps that we don't blame you that much for falling for them in your context. True progress only stems from the divine, which is why your society isn't creative at all. The spirit world is yours. Enjoy responsibly. Your society is already demonically possessed, so this should help you out. I've appointed this young man as Lord of the Tree of Life. He now is the Lord of the ability to relate to the spirit world. He will help you...
So, Chad, if you want the ability to relate to the spirit world, you gotta go through... None shall come to the Father, right? None shall come to the Father, but by this guy.
Explore the spirit world. This is a discovery on the scale of Columbus reaching the New World. The spirit world doesn't exist in the way you think, but it also never did, and that was never the claim. It's a crazy topsy-turvy shadow.
I think the spirit world exists on the on a box of cigarettes. What do you think?
World, but you knew that beforehand. The spirit world clearly exists, and people can go there. If you can go to a place and communicate with it...
Yeah, it's Dave and Buster's, the spirit world, right? Spirit world.
Empirically exists. You have a God's words that the spirit world is real. Remember...
Or spirit Halloween store, yeah. Spirit science. Sometimes he does really feel like a alternate version of spirit science.
God is real. You're not. You're just a fantasy he made up, which is why your world is so ridiculous.
My world is fucking cool. It's got mercury poisoning and semen.
Rudyard will protect trying to move you up the great chain of being, and he will protect thinkers, adventurers, mystics, the great, the glorious, and others. We will protect as much as we can those trying to help evolution move forward. Your age has been so cruel to them, and it's painful for us to watch. Rudyard has an incredibly rare genetic gift, which he cutely calls the radio tower. Rudyard has projected his psychic gifts onto others, in which most mystics can only channel one god or another. Rudyard has an ability to channel the near whole spirit world. We know you humans are at to hit some scary times, so Rudyard is our gift to you. He is the spirit world's equivalent of Wikipedia, which is here to explain to you how the spirit world works.
These guys like Wikipedia? I thought they didn't like Wikipedia. Do conservatives like Wikipedia?
Please enjoy him responsibly.
Ew.
This young man is...
No, Rudyard, I'm not gonna enjoy you.
Is a hero among heroes.
Responsibly or otherwise.
Like utter garbage. This is why your people are dying. You can judge the health of a people and a nation based off how they treat their heroes. If you are mean to this young man from now on, you are cursed. We will explain in the next segment what that means.
My God.
Give some respect. Treat him like a fucking person. That's the only thing we ask. Don't hurt Rudyard for these messages. He's just a person we raped and whose life we hijacked, and he tried to do the right thing. If you don't like this, blame Odin, not him. Any government or organization...
I'll take it up with Odin.
...hurts the god killer, harasses him in public or his friends or his family or in his home, will be destroyed and cursed by the Tree of Life within a single generation. Welcome to the age of Aquarius, motherfuckers. Odin was very attached to that sentence. He kept on trying to get me to say it like a dozen times. Hi, everybody. So...
Different Rudyard, different outfit, different day?
If you were a normal human being, your reaction to the last few hours should be a combination of terror, horror, hope, fear, excitement, anticipation, joy. I don't fucking know, man. This video's got too many emotions. You guys have to watch this. I negotiated my contract with the gods, and so part of the contract is I have to voice my emotional state at having to do this for you. I never consented to it. This was forced on me. And so the next segment of this story is just me voicing my immense resentment of you and how much I hated doing all of this, because I'm the fucking 23-year-old who's supposed to fucking do this. I was in high school 6 years ago. This isn't cool. Go fuck yourself. I shouldn't have done this. What the fuck is wrong with you people to make a fucking mortal do this? What the fuck? And so this next segment is just wish fulfillment for me. 1600.
Oh no, this guy.
This is holistically the best sword, where these were called
back to the swords again.
Early modern period. Yeah, so this is a Russian cavalry saber, 19th century era. This is a Celtic longsword. It really matches my...
How many swords does he have there? That's a lot of swords.
My garb really well.
How does one have that many swords and not ruin the paint job of the room?
Is my
like, that's a long sword.
Crusader longsword. This is a weapon that was used in the High Middle Ages. I should really sharpen and clean this one up. This is a 19th century sword cane that my dad got for me. Weird stuff where...
I would not trust this guy with swords.
I was speaking to a friend who's written like 12 books on mysticism.
Would you?
He is a wise older fellow. And he said, Rudyard, the weight of responsibility you are putting on your own shoulders is completely unfair. You are the crest of the wave. You are not the wave.
He gives Dwight a shroot. I feel like Dwight would not hang with this guy.
You have to...
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the kratom. Yeah, that's right. He's, I forgot about that. And apparently that stuff is more intense than I realized. Please wear pants while brandishing these swords.
Share these messages with the people.
He did talk about castration earlier.
You don't go crazy, because I see all your issues, and my hope is to help you with this. I need to let go of this bullshit. It's why I made a fucking... I don't know, how long is this video gonna be? Like 10 hours? More? Whatever.
Oh, yeah, you're at like 8 hours here, Rudyard.
I thought this video would be like 3 hours when I started. 2 hours. No, too much content here. I'm sorry. I had to make this video. I apologize. What I fundamentally think happened...
I'll probably delete it later.
...is that I have a certain pretty rare genetic ability that people in previous societies called priests or sorcerers or whatever. This is my best explanation for what just occurred. And I think our society created a huge psychic shield wall that blocked away that kind of energy. My entire life, people have fucking smothered me and bothered me, and I hate it. My family moved out to the fucking forest for a reason. We were trying to avoid you people, because you suck. Because everything you do is so mean and lame and petty. I just wanted to avoid you. I wanted to live in the fucking woods and just read. And then I was...
Who are the... So sometimes when he's talking, I get the feeling he's addressing his audience. Sometimes when he's talking, I get the feeling he's addressing conservatives. Sometimes it feels like he's... One time he mentioned an author as if what he was saying was addressed at the author.
Forced by a fucking god to do this. I didn't want to do this.
A jellyfish god? I didn't think so.
I could have been.
I didn't think so, Rudyard.
Before you guys ruined...
You're a little over your waiters on this one.
...my life in the last few years with your leftist ad blockade.
Wait, what? Leftist what?
Yes.
You know, if you wanted to address the leftists, I feel like the best place to do that would be early in the video. You want to address your hardcore fans probably later in the video.
I didn't want to do this. I could have been
a contender.
Before you guys ruined my life in the last few years with your leftist ad blockade, I was going to be rich and famous.
What did he say? Leftist ad blocking? Did this guy just say leftist ad... Oh, blockade? Wait, is he talking about something real? Was there like a...
I could have been. Like, before you guys ruined my life in the last few years with your leftist ad blockade, I was gonna be rich and...
Leftist ad blockade? Did he get, like... Did somebody call his sponsors?
Famous, and then society fell apart. I had no opportunity. I never asked to do this. This was my hand was forced. And my other choice is going back to hell and dying. So this is why I did this. I didn't want to do this. I was forced to do this. And you need to understand that. And
this is getting worse and worse. This is getting scarier and scarier.
I feel such cosmic levels of resentment that they pour through me, where I have screamed into my pillow for an eternity to get me to do this. You don't understand the level of suffering and horror I have faced to reach this point. You just can't. You physically can't. So fucking respect that. Respect if you can't understand it. So please give me some fucking space and give me some fucking breathing room, because everything you say,
you are making the video, sir. Please give me some fucking space.
Trying to take my shit. Just don't take my shit. Get the fuck off my land. And
What?
have one real request. If you want a pretty accurate assessment of my personality and the things I do and don't like, just look up INTJ on Myers-Briggs. Yeah, I have one real request from you.
Also, let me tell you my horoscope. You can look that up and find out about.
That you don't bother me. I am not a threat to anyone. I am from a deranged honor culture in which my honor was so consistently insulted that I had a deep psychological need to cleanse my honor. My honor is now clean, so leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to do that again. I am satisfied by 4 things: learning new knowledge, leading my men,
Wait, leading my men?
posting on the channel, and the company
Leading his community?
of beautiful women, and also nice walks. These are the nice walks.
Nice walks with Odin, yeah.
I really love to walk.
With a sword, always with a sword.
You believe I am a god, not a man, and if I believe that, the game is done and the game loses. And I know some of the nature of the game. I'm not going to tell it to you now because you're probably overwhelmed, but hopefully we'll have years together. I don't want to lose my humanity.
In the tool shed?
I've been trying my whole life to be a human, but I wanted to be a normal person. I actually really love my audience. As I insult your population, the woman that is the society I am now married to.
I'm just now appreciating the zesty side of Rudyard.
I really like the What If Autist audience. Yeah, you guys just keep wasting my time, and my favorite hobby is I just like walking around and clearing my head and smoking. I love smoking cigars too, and so if I get bothered when I walk around, I am going to go legitimately crazy. Because for me, walking and thinking are the same process, and so I will kill myself if I can't walk around. Sometimes when I get stoned or do ayahuasca, I can hear the electrical circuits in a house. And it's fucking demon sounds. The sounds your engines make are not the sounds of life. They are the sounds of the crushing of former life force. Venus is...
Your engines, right? Our engines.
Sexual desire.
Are us leftists in our engines, right?
Often has nudes in her artwork. She's known as the Venus de Milo as an example. Lucifer is the light bringer. I always saw Los Angeles as the city of Lucifer because it's the city of light, because desire is what pulls life forward. Where sexual, monetary dominance, it's the force that pulls life forwards, but it's innately addictive because it controls you, and as it controls you, you lose the ability to relate to who you truly are, and you become the addiction. And we are the society of addiction. We are about to go through a period comparable to opiate withdrawal, and I am here for you. But I still have to discipline you guys a bit more before I can say the nice stuff. And yeah, so we're the era of Lucifer, which is the electric lights.
I thought we were the age of Aquarius.
What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I need to hate you guys more. Yeah, you probably don't like me either. Yeah, I don't see any problems. I would like you to empathize with me. This is the most important thing. I do this to change frequencies in how I process the world, because I process the world in sound. And so I change sound frequencies in order to figure out how I process, to basically change my psychic shifts. I don't support war crimes. I think that... And so I am a white right-wing magician. So it was pretty obvious the left was evil, because left is the Latin word sinister, or untrustworthy, and left-hand magic was magic built off taking from others, and it's left hemisphere power-based magic where you have to siphon energy off from others, and then right...
Yeah, the left are the ones taking things from others, not...
is magic that helps people grow.
We needed some... And
I am a white magician because my energy comes from you having positive experiences. I can feed off your energy, and thus for strategic reasons,
You could, but please don't.
Need to make sure you have good vibes so I can feed off them to make me better off.
Yeah, I thought the left was the one that takes things from people.
And Right-hand magic, magic that comes from God. Left-hand magic, magic.
He's gonna do some right-hand magic after he gives Odin that list.
Comes from the devil. And witches practice left-hand magic. There are some.
I mean, it's pretty cool if you can do it with your left hand.
But I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about witches. And
that's talent.
There are some male witches. And then sorcerers. Some sorcerers are good, some are bad. I haven't studied this topic that much. I've only read like 40 books on it. I need to read 2 to 3 times that much to truly.
The cringe has surpassed palpable. Is now a living psychic entity in the room with us.
But so the white magic is similar, where white magic is magic that serves God, and it recharges by goodness and letting go, which is why Christ lets us go, because only by letting us have free will can God truly take pride in our success, because he knows we did it. In the same manner, a mother and a father must let go of their children to be free. And the left hand, they want to control you, so they siphon off their energy.
Yeah, like damn sexy Flanders.
Setting you free. Do you understand? I have to voice this complaint on behalf of men, where it's really not cool how our society shoves and barrages men with constantly very sexually explicit imagery, and then makes male sexuality taboo. Blocked off most ways for most expressions of male sexuality except for dating apps. And dating apps have horrifying inequality. Dating apps are a horrible situation for everyone involved.
Oh, there he cares. Wait, what was the part of that triangle against leftists? No one is equal, right? Equality's not real. Excuse me? Dating apps are unequal? Or the inequality on dating apps? What a hypocrite. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. This is like the least surprising thing about him, that he's a hypocrite.
Because if you're one of the top guys, you get a lot of women you don't respect. And that's not good, because it trains you in bad habits and it never makes you happy. 80% of the guys are completely screwed, and I feel sorry for them. And then women chase the top guys who won't fulfill them. And so it's a completely low trust environment where it's a completely low trust environment where no one trusts anyone else in dating. And it got really bad, and I'm going to call—
Wait, 40K Horus Heresy books to Rudyard, like Warhammer books?
This is the biggest issue in society, because mating is so important, and we are a society with the worst mating chances.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. He is doing the airing of grievance.
Ever in history. I can't overstate that. No one's having fucking kids, and it's horrible, and it's gonna fucking kill our societies. Because look at how much the fucking population is crashing. It's already killing half the industrial world now, which is why everything's going to hell. And so this is so disgusting. We're a society with constant sexual imagery, where people don't actually have sex, and when people are interested in sex, they're shamed. People are shamed for heterosexuality, which is why there's so little heterosexual content in.
He's the living embodiment of the meme guy courting a chick at a party.
In Hollywood or in pop culture now. When was the last happy white family you saw in a movie?
Yeah, Narwhal, he was the hacker.
Watching the Vinland Saga TV show.
I have no enemies.
And that's a Japanese TV show. It's one of the first happy white families I've seen in years, and it's Japanese.
I wouldn't say they're happy. I feel like some really bad stuff happens to that family. Happy family? Your dad gets murdered in front of you? You get abducted by the people who murder him? You hate them and they laugh at you, and as you follow them around until you decide to join them? What? Vinland Saga is a portrait of a happy family? There is nothing. And then you're sold into slavery? Like, oh my god, what part of Vinland Saga? I mean, I guess the end was all right, but no, it's not a happy family. Like, everybody dies. What are you talking about? No one is happy. Yeah, it's a fucking hell world.
So how can we be a society where, because again, I don't dislike gay people. I just want people to have kids. And the idea that me saying I want people to have kids, and I don't think human sexuality is bad, is taken as an attack on gay people means that your emotional circuits are fried. You are completely hysterical.
I didn't say that.
Think clearly. And so, of course, people should have families and start kids. Of course, human society should continue and we should propagate the society our ancestors gave us. Of course, we all knew that. We were just enabling evil witches who enviously hate everything. As I prepared for this, I had tens of hours of calls with Merrick. Yeah, I'm glad I dropped this.
Merrick DeVille? Merrick Garland?
Video. I don't actually want to do that much. It's all chill vibes from now on.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, you're going to be anything but chill now.
Freaked out by this, and it happens periodically. The thing with psychic abilities, and this is also what the government agencies that work with psychics found, is that it's a specific ability which people can harness sometimes. So they have hundreds of records of stuff like drawing Soviet military bases, finding the geographic location of military bases, reading rooms in so I'm just to finish this, I'm gonna just
have you been reading any rooms, Rudyard?
Quote some of my favorite song lyrics.
There you go. That's what you should do. Welcome to the jungle.
Yo, this is me, not you.
He's just gonna yell. He's just gonna throw some song lyrics at us now. His favorite.
This is from a song I love. I like Japanese music now.
Is he gonna say it in? Is it gonna be?
And this is Dark Crow. Anyone, everyone, I will crush them all. Enemies, let me see. Now I will see you fall. Kings and gods may change the odds, but I'm the one who makes.
Now it's time to say song lyrics.
Final call. Those lyrics really speak to me on a profound level. Hi.
This is the Anthony Fantano part of the show, part of the video.
It's like 9 p.m. So the way I commune with the divine is I
by my cell phone
take CBD and then I text Merrick and I go through my texts with Merrick.
Okay, are we supposed to know who Merrick is?
In a trance, and I'm kind of in a trance now. So you're getting this from the source.
Wait, is Merrick like another god?
Source.
Is Merrick like Odin?
The thing I am about to tell you is the most important thing I have discovered, and if you don't watch any part of this video, watch this part. I purposely structured it so you'll have to watch the whole thing together for it all to
Oh, yeah.
But this is the thing I am most proud of my innovation to philosophy.
It'll all make sense.
And this is something I really believe we've sorely needed, where everything around us is dead matter. What that means, but I'm here to tell you everything's going to be
Wait, Merrick is one of his men?
We're going to start being nice to each other again. Where my project here,
Rudyard,
I want people to have healthy, organic social interactions based around shared moral values, based around actually good things.
Rudyard has many lieutenants?
And as an introvert, I feel safe doing this because I'm not going to force any bullshit on you. If an extrovert did this project, man, they'd be trying so hard. And
like here's the thing, chat. Like, I want to believe that his different outfits are because he filmed this over several different days, which is like probably the only healthy way to film a 10-hour video. But part of me says that he's filmed this in like 10 hours, and that or maybe 11 hours, right? And that he went and he changed his outfits. He was like, all right, now I'm gonna get in the Indiana Jones outfit. Now I'm gonna be in the bathrobe.
The way to navigate psychic space is when you get stuck in a psychic situation, let's say you're in a spirit world, the demon's attacking you, don't take yourself seriously. Once you no longer take yourself seriously, you can pull back.
Once the demons see that you don't take yourself too seriously, yeah, they like relent.
And leave the situation, because the way the spirit world works is that you dream it. And so if you have faith in your own dream, God, this sounds so lame. If you have faith in your own dream, that can overpower someone else's dream. That's how I survived the spirit world, because I had complete faith in my own survival and my own existence due to want to grow. It's through the process of effortlessness.
Oh my God, WP! Yes, David. Rudyard needs Dan Saltman's hat to complete the look.
you can't force something. There is a time for everything. I like to say, follow the Dow to wealth and wisdom. By that I mean the Dow Jones, or the top performing stocks in America, and the Tao, or the Chinese philosophy of Taoism. There's multiple mystic traditions around the world, all with very deep roots that all share very similar ideas. Read Houston Smith's book Forgotten Truth, which is the best book on this topic, or the underlying philosophic concepts all world religions share. But I keep on getting derailed because there's so much interesting stuff to talk about, where Taoism is the Eastern Oriental tradition. It's the Eastern mystic tradition. Hinduism is the Indic mystic tradition. And then you have a sub-variety of different Western mystic traditions between the Hermetic tradition, the Kabbalah, which stems from Babylon. The two great centers of Western mysticism were Mesopotamia and Egypt, or the two earliest civilizations, and then Rudyard is tapping into a Northwest European mysticism developed by a figure named Odin, who
developed in a movie called Vineyard Saga.
Lived in the Bronze Age. He'll talk more about that later. The times you were successful were times you didn't worry and you just followed the flow and you did what you like. And you have to be responsible and you have to assess whether or not you made mistakes.
Yeah. Him doing the whole Taoism to Dow Jones, it's kind of like Trump and his asylum. He's like Hannibal Lecter.
And then from that, figure out what you want to do. But the way that the spirit world operates is that in your relation to the spirit world, because all the realm of ideas in that philosophy, intellectual concepts, science, religion, these are all part of the realm of ideas, or the Platonic forms. And so that's the spirit world. And so when you relate to that, because in many different things have spiritual elements. One nation conquering another one does. Sexual love does. The conquest of new technologies is a spiritual thing, because you get new technologies when you've attained a certain level of technological progress. No, you attain a certain level of...
Yeah, that's how I feel like when I buy a new phone. I'm like, this is a spiritual experience.
And philosophic progress, where God sees that you are psychologically advanced enough to be able to pass on to the next level. Where you look at the history of philosophy...
It's like parkour civilizations. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
You find that there was a philosophical...
You go from being a noob to a pro.
And a
pro to a master, and finally...
religious breakthrough, and then from that came the technological breakthrough. You see that with the Renaissance, followed by the rise of capitalism. You see it with the crisis of the 17th century crisis. That horrible period of burning resulted in the Enlightenment.
Yeah, he needs some Trump coin.
Intellectual breakthrough, and then from that came the Industrial Revolution. So your society shut off the ability to relate with the realm of forms independent from what your leftist and modernist priest class told you to. So you're going to get fed a lot of new ideas, because the level of mental development you have is predicates the level of how much you can control your material environment. I'm speaking in a lot of different circles here, but I need to get to the main point I started this video with, which is life and death, where life and death have an innate physics to them, in which they are so inextricably bound together, where when you increase one, you increase the other, and there is no life without death. The fear of death is the thing that powers life. A life with few fears of death is a life that's far more boring, and it doesn't generate as much life charge, because there's this innate force to life. Henry Bergson, who is a philosopher, I keep on going through philosophy books and I skip him because I find him boring. He developed this idea of life force, and it's this active life charge, and you are happy when you get to relate your life charge and to feel others' life charge. Example of this is children. You added a new life charge into the world. Another example of this is having friends and doing cool stuff where...
Yeah, wasn't he the one that's supposed to bring balance to the Force?
Oh, let me use an example. The philosophy I'm describing, the Hermetic philosophy, stems ultimately back to ancient Egypt. And they built the pyramids because the way their philosophy worked is that they saw the pyramids as a huge...
Hey, at least he doesn't think aliens did it.
...spiritual nuclear reactor. Because their idea is if we make something super, super cool, people across all of history will respect us. This will unify our country together through the shared difficulty of building it, and it will create a national symbol. And so the way they processed it is the pyramids were they were a magical nuclear reactor. And they might have been right. I haven't read that much.
Chat, I want to get ChatGPT to write a story where the Jedi and the Sith, they like get together and they figure out it's all been a big misunderstanding. And they're like, you know, I really appreciate the dark side of the Force too. Oh, you know what? I've always admired the light side of the Force. Let's have a picnic together. Let's have a picnic and then just talk it out, right? Can you imagine? But it's written by AI. It's written by AI.
Much about Egypt. But Life Force rewards cool stuff because the anima mundi, or the mind of God, is powered off extreme emotions. And learning is not learning until learning's not learning until there's an emotion attached to it. This is why school is so boring. You're forced to cram all these human life experiences down your throat, and you become very resentful because you never asked for this, you never consented it. You were forced to go to school. You were forced to spend all those hours there to learn skills that weren't...
Wait, midichlorians are what he fights the triangles with? Oh wait, he is the triangle. We're the maxichlorians.
Really useful. Schooling's got some positives. We have complete literacy, but it kills creativity. And so the learning you care about, the learning you find interesting, is learning with an emotional, moral element.
Wait, that literally happens in the fucking Star Wars comics? There's too much Star Wars. I gotta say it. There's too much. I don't think a universe is supposed to go on that far out. It's just, wow.
To it. Because learning is something your body does. You go through the struggle of the world so that your body may learn. And then over the course of your life, there are a multiplicity of options or different destinies. In medieval philosophy...
Wait, so they fight each other to the death with the giant laser swords and then they just sit down and have group therapy?
Destiny is
He's talking about destiny. Speaking of which, chat, guess what I'm about to raid you into? Alright, so we hit the sub goal for tonight. I gave you 2 different ways to do it, and you almost hit them both. I'm almost lucky that you didn't, though, because then that would have put it, like, I would have been like, okay, what do I add in to sweeten the deal? But no, we hit it we got to 124% on the dono goal, so we're going to do the video premiere tonight. That video is set up to premiere, okay? And I think you'll be rated into it if you're watching on YouTube. Maybe I should... grab the link for those of you watching on Twitch. This is what YouTube is about to be doing. So again, thank you for all the support, everybody. I wanted to make sure to get the 2 items that were bonus content for Wednesday that we never did get those 2 done. And then I set it up on the off chance that we hit another dono goal tonight, that we would do a world premiere, and that's what we're going to do. We're about to raid into my Destiny video that's just coming out. So if you haven't gotten enough of me yet, there's 2 more hours. But I will be asleep for those 2 hours. Hopefully, if I actually can. I'm so bad, chat. Like, I'm supposed to not be a late night streamer. Like, I did it before. I told myself I would never do it again. But shit just gets later and later and later, and I stay up later, and then I wake up later, and it just all seems to work out that way. But ideally, I should be starting somewhat earlier in the day, and I just haven't been hitting that. But I'm gonna try to get to bed tonight before I turn into a pumpkin. But I'm giving you something to do as well, and that is to wait, where is this going? That is to click on this link right here and get to see the premiere of my video. All right, and maybe even if you don't hit. Anyway, much love to the mods. Thank you for keeping us safe tonight. From Rudyard. Can you imagine if we got Rudyard stands, chat? That'd be the weirdest thing in the world. I don't know how I would handle that. Thank you to my Patreons. Patreons were eating well tonight. They got this video before you did. But for those of you who haven't seen it yet, here's the video. I'm gonna shout out my patrons here at the $5 level or greater. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxbier. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to BM. And fancy shout out to Xerex, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. And with that, I shall raid you into this video premiere now in progress. See you tomorrow. I'll be back with more. Until then, have a good night.